A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed, Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
That's very pretty.
What
very
is?
Pretty. Making faces at yourself in the mirror.
That's my plain old face you're talking about. I'm not making one extra face with it. Oh, I wish I'd known sooner about this party tonight. My hair isn't even washed.
Don't you want to go and lie down, darling? Take a little nap? New Year's Eve parties don't break up until very late, and nothing will be really underway until 11 or half past.
Really? So late?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why doesn't it all start earlier? Then we could get home earlier. We'd have been there just as long.
Well, that's not the way that it's done.
Oh. Mom and I always stayed home on New Year's Eve. Somehow there was no reason to go out.
Are you sure you want to tonight?
Sure, I'm sure. Don't you?
Me? Oh, sure.
What are New Year's Eve parties like?
Very gay. Everybody's very gay.
Sounds like fun.
It does? Strange. I never thought that you'd...
Lots of fun. I feel gay already.
Good, good.
Don't you?
Oh, very. I'm kicking my heels.
I didn't notice.
Mentally, my mental heels.
Oh,
too.
your mental heels. We're going to be the handsomest couple there.
But of course.
And we won't go to bed till after breakfast. We'll dance and dance and... Oh.
You're yawning already.
Am I? I'm not sleepy, honestly, not a bit.
Well, if you are, you've got plenty of time to nap.
Oh. You know, getting undressed to get dressed at this hour. I feel as if I ought to go to bed, don't you?
Sort of.
Only 3 hours till next year, David. Will it be as nice as last year, do you think?
Of course it will. And then some. When you've got white hair and I'm using a cane, we'll sit back in our rockers and dream about tonight. Our first New Year's Eve together.
I can't believe we'll ever be that old.
I hope we will be. Both of us.
Yes, both of us. The only excuse for getting old.
What is?
That it'll be both of us together.
Darling, are you scared?
Terribly. Is that awful?
No.
Are you?
A little.
I am. More than a little.
That's all right, too.
Maybe I wouldn't be such a sissy about it if everything... Us, I mean, weren't so perfect now.
That won't change, darling. Other things will, but that will always be the same.
I feel better now. When you kiss me, I forget to be scared. But, darling, you were right.
What about?
I feel a little sleepy.
You do?
A little. And since I'm not dressed yet, and since it's only 9 o'clock, and since the party doesn't start till later, and since I love you so very much.
Mrs. Norton, I can hardly keep from yawning myself.
Really? That's the nicest compliment you ever paid me. David, how'd you get to be so late? You're almost ready. It's 11.
These blasted bow ties, they just don't tie right. Parties you have to get dressed up for.
Please get away. Those are my best nylons. Tear them. I'll just... Please go away.
It's too bad.
David, we won't get to the party till after midnight.
Well, that's terrible. There, how's that look? Only, I'd say I look pretty handsome.
Not pretty, but handsome. I'm all ready, too.
All right, here's your coat, Cinderella. On it goes.
David? Nothing.
Come on, out with it.
Nothing. I'm sure we'll have fun.
Well, that's why we're going.
So I suppose I feel this way because we're used to going out during the day and going to bed during the night.
Well, let's be getting along.
Guess we might as well. This is an awfully cozy apartment, isn't it? Bluff and Shakespeare have the whole place to themselves. I hope they have a nice New Year's Eve. Let's leave the light on for them.
That's a good idea. No, you can't come along. You weren't invited. Get down, I said.
You'll wake everybody up, you big fool.
Are you addressing me?
I don't know, am I? Darling, I think he wants out.
Just too bad about him. It's too late. It's a good thing I've got the car downstairs. We'd never get a cab.
I heard you say car.
Well, sorry, old boy, not tonight. Mrs. Norton and I are stepping out. Alone.
Oh,
yes, she's right. Now be quiet, both of you. Did you hear what I said? Quiet. Well? Well, they know an order when they get one. Come on now. Let's get out of here while everything's quiet.
Good night, Bluff. Good night, Shakespeare. Goodbye, my darling.
You sound as if you were saying goodbye forever.
Well, I'm not going to see them until next year, am I?
Oh, that animal. Listen
So
to him.
obedient and so sweet.
Adorable.
You think he's going to bark till we get home?
Probably.
I hate to leave him.
Look, do you or do you not want to go to this party?
Do you?
I asked you first.
We're all dressed up now. We might as well. What's the matter?
You little cluck. Why didn't you tell me you didn't want to go either?
Well, I thought that you...
Just because I invited you.
Well, you invited me to marry you, too. Didn't you mean that either?
It's too late to discuss that. Come on, we're on our way.
I thought we weren't going.
We're not.
We're not?
No.
David Bluff still wants out.
Well, it's too bad about him.
And he loves driving in the car, and the car's downstairs.
But what is Mama going to say about being visited by a dog at this hour?
Mama! Oh, David, you are brilliant.
Me? I'm psychic.
David, there's a light in Mama's apartment. See them in the door.
So there is. Now, here, I've got a key.
You animal, you. That must have been a surprise.
All right, here we go.
Mama, we're here!
Make yourself decent, Mother. It's the family.
Good heavens, this is a fine time to drop in.
It's Daddy!
Any complaints?
But I thought you'd be...
We changed our minds. Any objections?
Yes, did you have to bring the whole menagerie? Get down, you gorilla.
Get out.
Gorilla. He likes you, Mama. He insisted on coming. Aren't you pleased?
I wish he'd like me a little less. I'll be less demonstrative about it. Go on, now, get down. Get away.
Aren't you going to ask us in?
Have I any choice? Come on in. But why aren't you at that party?
Oh, I got sleepy at the last minute.
But you're all dressed.
I was afraid I'd get lonesome.
For whom?
My dreamy genie with the light around the hair.
I think you've been to that party.
Floating
Your mother-in-law,
light.
Mr. Norton, is a very suspicious woman.
She wasn't brought up right. Didn't have a son-in-law till too late in life.
Any hope for her?
Well, this is a pretty sight. The two of you in your evening clothes, the dog, the cat. Oh, and the parrot. I hadn't forgotten you, Solomon. It's quite a gathering.
It's amazing how since we got married, the family has increased. Isn't it, David?
Well, I hope there are no more additions for another few months.
You know, it's too bad you can't buy a baby in a pet shop. So much faster.
And you know what you're getting, too.
Oh, maybe you two will invent a new system.
Oh, the ancient one's not so bad. Nice to be here, isn't it, David?
Very. Your mother looks kind of cute in the kimono.
I was about to wash my hair.
You and your daughter, that's your idea of bringing in a new year. What time is it, Mother?
Ooh, just a few minutes before midnight.
The old year's almost out.
Sorry to see it go?
Still, it's been pretty good to me.
And wonderful to me. Mama, a year ago tonight, could you possibly have imagined this?
No, I didn't imagine it. It's nicer than anything I could have imagined.
I wonder what it'll be like next year. this time?
Oh, even nicer. I'll be a grandmother.
We're pretty lucky, the three of us. We're about to set out on a new year.
And we've got everything in the world a person could possibly ask for.
There are too many people who don't have anything to look forward to. Just another year of hunger and misery and fear and want.
Well, maybe this year will be the last of that.
It'll be a brand new, clean year in a few minutes.
Not so clean, darling. Too many carryovers on the red side of the ledger. Too many things the world didn't finish up last year.
I remember the time, well, you two wouldn't even know it. It was before the First World War, that long ago, when you could face a new year with no backward looks. No need to carry the past with all its terror and sins into the present and future. When you could start fresh and strong and sure of yourself.
When goodwill was on earth. That's the difference, isn't it, Mother?
A big difference, too.
Oh, David, why didn't you tell me?
Tell you what.
If we'd gone to the party, I think I'd feel a little ashamed. I never stopped to think what tonight meant to other people.
Deep inside, darling, you didn't want to go, or we'd have gone. Mind if I turn on the radio?
I'll do it. I can reach it.
Let's see now. Just another minute.
Just one more minute, and God will give the world another chance.
Only 1 minute left in the old year as we switch you now to Times Square in New York City.
Listen to them shouting their heads off. What could they be so excited about, I'd like to know.
Nothing wrong with shouting. It's healthy. Shows that man is an eternal optimist.
And that he's got all the courage and hope he's going to need. Oh, life takes courage. A much greater courage than death.
Mama, don't talk like that. David, make her stop.
It's all right, Claudia. The years keep coming. You'll see a great many of them. Learn to use them well.
David, hold me tight.
I'm here, darling. Just hang on.
Only 10 seconds left. New Year's never felt like this before. What's happened to me?
Growing up, that's all. Every 10 seconds, the most important, the most beautiful, or the most terrible.
5 seconds left, and the new book opens. I hope the words will read well.
We shall write the words, Mother. Claudia and I and our sons and our daughters and their generations to come. In the end, the words will read well.
It's the new year, David. It's come.
And we're ready for it, darling. Let her come.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. Whatever revelry you plan for this evening, whether you're going out to a restaurant, a nightclub, a party, or you're planning to see the new year in at your own fireside, there's one good old friend ready to see 1948 in with you. Your always dependable accompaniment to pleasure, Coca-Cola. There's still time to get a supply for this evening, if the party's at your house. With a case of Coke on hand, you're ready to welcome friends and neighbors to the pause that refreshes year in, year out. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir. And remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Face the camera, please. Hold it. Thanks. Look for it in the Morning Express. Casey, press photographer. Columbia brings you another adventure of Casey, press photographer. Tonight and every Saturday at this time, Columbia invites you to follow Casey on his exciting assignment and to meet the strangely assorted people who pass in swift-moving parade before the shutters of his camera. Tonight, The Clue in the Clouds. In the quiet evening air, there suddenly comes a whirring of wings. It's a helicopter, apparently out of control. Like a giant bird, it flaps crazily about for a few minutes and then heads out to sea. What is it?
Gee, it looks like a bird.
It's a helicopter. It's a wild plane. It's out of control.
It may fall.
Let it clear the stage.
Steady desk. Bert speaking.
Hey, Burke.
Who is this? Casey?
Yes, it's Casey. Listen, there's an airplane loose over the city, a helicopter. Yeah, it's out of control. Something has happened to the pilot. It's headed out to sea. The Coast Guard is trying to get the plane in the air to follow it now.
Oh, yeah? Where are you?
Well, I'm at the Blue Note.
I thought so. Now, listen, Casey. Go home and sleep it off. I'll see you in the morning.
Now, listen, are you inferring
Yeah. You ought to know better than to phone me in that condition. Now, go home and go to bed.
Oh, stop it, Burke. I'm as sober as you are. I tell you, this is a story.
Okay. So it's a story. What do you want me to do? Stay up all night waiting for you to get
Oh,
it?
that's swell, Chief. I knew I could count on you. We're going down to the Coast Guard headquarters now and get all the dope we can. Maybe some pictures.
Who's with you?
And Williams.
All right, you crazy loon. But this had better be good. If that helicopter turns out to be a Halloween witch on a broom, you shot your last picture for me. You get that?
Get it? I know it by heart. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ha. Helicopter.
But I'm telling you, Burke, it fell into the sea like a millstone and disappeared.
Well, Casey, if 4,000 other people hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it. Whose plane was it?
The police say it was John Hampton. He had the only helicopter around here.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Flew it in from his estate to the top of his office building every day.
Our pioneer air commuter.
And he's missing, huh?
Yep, he and Mrs. Hampton both.
Well, take that stuff you've got to a rewrite man. Have one of the boys fix up an obituary. We've lost one of our leading citizens in a plane accident. And that's that.
Now, listen, Burke.
Casey doesn't think it was an accident.
Oh, for Pete's sake. And why not?
Burke, I think that dive into the ocean was planned. There's something phony about this story, and I want to track it down.
All right. What do you want to do? Go chasing geese again?
You better let him, Burke.
Someday, Casey, you'll go out and cover a story that I want covered. Now, go on. Get out of here.
Thanks, Burke. Burke, I'll tell you, I'll make a bet with you. If I'm right about this, the drinks are on you. And right now, I'm going over to John Hampton's offices to see what I can find out.
Oh, you better take Williams with you. She'll just sit around and sulk till you get back.
Oh, Jeebo, thanks.
Okay, Burke, we're on our way. You're, Miss Gray, aren't you? Miss Matilda Gray?
Yes, I was Mr. Hampton's secretary.
Yes, what we want is material for a little story on Mr. Hampton. You think you can help us?
He was a wonderful man. Everybody admired and respected Mr. Hampton. I don't know what else I can say.
He owned this building, didn't he?
Yes, the Hampton Importing Company occupies the top 3 floors. He liked the idea of having his office here in the penthouse.
Mm-hmm. Is that the landing platform for his helicopter out there?
Yes, that's it.
You mind if I get a picture of it?
Not at all. Can you take it through the window?
Well, let's see. Yes, I think so. Yeah, good, thank you.
Now, could we have an of you, Mr.
Of
me?
Yes.
Why, I don't know. I don't look very...
Oh, you look swell. Look at this picture.
Well, that's Mr. Hampton's picture. No, I couldn't.
Paper, this is just for the record, you know. You picture of yourself, wouldn't you?
Yes. I guess so.
Okay, hold it. Thanks. Well, that's one you won't have to look for in the Express. Now, Miss Gray, what other interests did Mr. Hampton have?
Business interest? Anything at all. Well, he had a little commercial movie studio, the Aristocrat Film Company. But that's been closed up for 6 months.
Oh? Where's that?
At 292 Falmouth Street. They made shorts, commercial reels, and trailers. But it was only sort of hobby with Mr. Hampton. Never made any money.
Well, what do you know of Mr. Hampton's family and Mrs. Hampton?
She was alone when she married John, Mr. Hampton. She had no living relatives. And he just had an uncle, a Robert K. Hampton.
An uncle, eh? Where's he?
Well, he lived somewhere on an island in the Celebes Sea. Now held by the Japanese, I understand. He was a sort of black sheep. Mr. Hampton hadn't heard from him for many years. Assumed he was dead or a prisoner until...
Until?
Well, maybe I shouldn't tell you this. But shortly before his death, a letter came from Australia. I didn't open it, but when Mr. Hampton read it, he seemed terribly upset. Then he told me it was from his uncle.
Do you have that letter now?
No, it seems to have disappeared.
And this was just before his death.
Yes, he may have had it in his pocket.
Miss Gray, this uncle, was he by any chance mentioned in Mr. Hampton's will?
He gets everything. All his money, the business, the building, everything. Oh, Mr. Casey, this is all a terrible nightmare. I can't believe that he's gone. I don't know where to turn.
Oh, Miss Gray, it's all right. You mustn't break down. You need to rest a bit. How do you know you'll feel better?
I'm all right. I'm sorry. If you'll just excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back.
Well, certainly, Miss Gray. I'm sorry we upset you.
Thank you. I'll be all right.
Casey, you know something?
What?
A clue. She was in love with her boss.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Never mind. Just take a woman's word for it.
What's the matter, young woman?
Oh, nothing. That is, you gave me a start.
Why should I frighten you?
You look like...
And if I may ask, who are you? What are you doing here? I'm just a reporter. And who is this young lady?
I'm a reporter, too.
What are reporters doing here? If you'll pardon me, sir, who are you? My name is Robert K. Hampton. I'm John Hampton's uncle.
So you think this uncle had something to do with Hampton's death, huh?
Well, look, a guy names a black sheep uncle as beneficiary in his will and suddenly gets a letter from him.
From all reports, he's very upset by it.
And the next day packs himself and his wife off in a plane for a double suicide.
Lieutenant Logan pronounced it an accident.
Yeah, well, it doesn't add up to me. This uncle ties in somehow. Come on, Ann, I gotta think. Let's get out in the air.
The nice smoke-laden air of the Blue Note, I have no doubt.
Hi, Ethelbert.
Hiya, Casey. Hiya, Miss Williams.
Hello, Ethelbert.
What do you have?
One beer.
Same as usual for me.
Okay, beer and the usual coming up.
Hey, what are you reading, Ethelbert?
A book on victory gardening, I guess. My sister Edna gave it to me.
Oh, your sister Edna likes to read.
Yeah, she does. She don't drink much.
What's the name of the book?
5 Little Peppers and How They Grew.
Listen, why don't you read something interesting?
Like that death plane story of yours in the Express?
Something.
I'm following that, too.
Good.
Here's your beer.
Well, what's your opinion?
Well, I think it was a sort of chameleon of errors. I think this guy was planning to run away with some dame.
No?
He gets the plane all heated up for it when a heavily veiled figure sneaks into the cockpit beside him and gives him the nod to get going. Then he finds out that it's his wife and not his lady friend under the heavy drapes and that she's crossed him up. And by that time, he's so disgusted he dumps the whole thing in the drink.
On what do you base these deductions, Ethelbert?
Yes, mastermind. Tell us.
Quote, he who tries to fool his wife ends up playing the fool himself. Unquote.
You better stick to your books, Ethelbert, and leave the amateur detecting to Casey.
Yeah, and you know, Ethelbert, I wouldn't waste my time on 5 Little Peppers either. It's way over your head.
Well,
To tell the truth, I'm having a tough time wading through it. You got any ideas?
Well, there's Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire.
They got that in a book already?
Sure.
Well, it just declined and fell last September.
Hey, look, Annie, you tell him. I'm going over and talk to Ernie.
Hiya, Casey.
Hi, Ernie.
Ooh, you look worried.
Yeah? Ernie, you got an old tune handy? Something for me to think by?
Sure.
That's good. Can't quite tag it, though, is it?
Me and my shadow.
Oh, yeah, sure. Me and my shadow.
Yep. You know, that other self always under your feet?
Other self, huh?
Yep. You got another self. Now, one Casey has to stay here and work on the express.
Yeah.
The other wants to fly away. Go deer hunting up in the woods somewhere.
Ernie, you got an uncle?
Sure, I got an uncle.
Well, look, if you knew he was coming to see you, would you want to fly away?
Well, I'd be tempted to.
Yeah, why?
Because it'd mean that he was bringing his 8 kids along to live off of me.
Yeah, but the thought wouldn't make you want to kill yourself, would it?
Oh, Casey, why you got to be so dramatic? Of course not.
Tell me, Ernie, what makes guys want to get away?
Oh, a name, usually. But I see them fly away from one and go right to another, leaving all their worldly goods behind them.
That's kind of costly, isn't it?
Yeah. Dames are costly. Now, if it was me now, I'd try to get the dame to fly away and leave my worldly goods to me.
Yeah. What?
I'd say it'd pay a fella better if he could get the dame to fly away and leave the worldly goods to you.
Ernie, I think you got something there. Yeah, thanks.
Five Little Peppers and How They Grew has got me puzzled. I'm in the 4th chapter already, and they ain't even started to spade the ground up.
Hey, come on, Ann. I suddenly got a hunch.
Hey, where are we going?
Home. But tomorrow, we're going back and have another look at Uncle Robert K. Hampton.
You may come in now.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Robert K. Hampton. Miss Williams, Mr. Casey.
Yes, we've met before, briefly.
How do you do? Well, this is the young lady who was so startled yesterday when she first saw me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hampton. It was just that you looked so much
I know. You were struck by my resemblance to my nephew.
Yes.
Well, I don't blame you. You know, I never realized how much he'd got to look like me until I arrived and saw his picture here.
Yes, it is a striking resemblance, sir. Your hair is gray instead of brown.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, he had a mustache.
Yeah, but anyone would take you for brothers otherwise.
I think they're quite different.
Well, after all, there were only 7 years difference in our ages. I was just a kid when my brother's son, John, was born.
Yeah, we were very sorry about what happened to your nephew, Mr. Hampton. These things are always kind of tough to take.
Yes, they are. But, of course, it wasn't entirely unexpected. You know, I thought John would probably come to some violent end. Why, even as a kid, he was always keyed up. Couldn't relax. He should have taken things easier. Now look at me. I spent my youth bumming around the world. Never made much, but I had fun and got along. Then I found a spot where life was pleasant, and I settled down.
Where was that?
Shurang Island, near Borneo. Paradise. Simply paradise. That is, until the Japs came along. Then I somehow managed to get out. Just by the skin of my teeth, too.
Exciting.
Yes. Now, well, here I am. You see, everything worked out pretty well.
Yes, thanks to John Hampton, who spent his whole life...
You were saying?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hampton.
Do you mind if I take some pictures, Mr. Hampton? My paper wants to run a feature on you and your nephew. You know, your vastly different lives and activities. You know, the Hampton who traveled the earth and the Hampton who stayed at home.
That's rather a good idea, Mr. Casey. Where would you like me? Beside this picture of John?
No.
Great.
sorry.
Yes, I would if you don't mind. Let's try behind the desk there.
All right. How's this?
You'll pardon me, Mr. Hampton, but your hair's a little mussed. You know, with such striking gray hair as you have, you ought to have it looking its best.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, don't move. Miss Williams will arrange it.
Oh, all right.
Have you got a comb?
There's one right in my bag. Now, just a second. There you are.
Thank you. Fine, that's it. Now, Mr. Hampton, hold it.
Want another?
I'm sure that one picture should be enough.
Miss Gray, if you please.
Well, we'll take one more. Just one more for good luck. Now, hold that just as you are, right there. Thank you.
Oh, but I'm afraid I'm in that one, too. Your camera was pointed right at me.
Well, we'll see when they're developed. Now, thank you both very much.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Casey, I'm somewhat of a camera fan myself.
No, that's so?
Yes, taken pictures all my life. I have some beautiful shots of Shirang Island. I was wondering if perhaps you couldn't print them along with the feature on my nephew and me. Not that I would want to monopolize the story, of course, no. But I only thought it might set off the differences in us. More dramatically. You know, give it a little added color.
Yeah, sure, that might be an angle. Let's see the pictures.
Yes, well, I have a few small ones in my wallet here. The Japs got most of my stuff, of course.
Oh, yes, I can imagine.
Let me see now. Yes, here's a nice shot. Mount Tonamau.
Hey, look at this, Anne.
Beautiful.
And this is a view of my backyard, so to speak, looking north.
Is that you in the hammock?
Yes, that's me. I used a self-timer. Set it and then ran and got into the picture. Used a flexo camera with f3.5 lens at 1/20th of a second.
Oh, it's not bad. What's this one?
That's me again. Same trick. That was taken from the front porch.
Looking south?
Yes.
That's lovely country. Looks almost like a stage setting.
I think perhaps we're boring these people, Mr. Hampton.
Yes, I'm afraid we are.
No, really, not at all. I'd like to use these pictures. They're exceptional shots.
And pictures always dress up a feature.
Well, all right. But you will be careful to return them to me, won't you? They're the only prints I have, and I treasure them beyond words.
Don't worry, I'll treat them with kid gloves.
Thank you, Mr. Casey.
Well, that's all right. Now, I think we better be pushing off. Time and deadlines wait for no man.
And no woman either. We're happy to meet you, Mr. Hampton, and we hope that you like it here.
I think I shall. Take good care of the pictures.
Right. Look for them in the Morning Express.
Fine, thank you.
Goodbye. I don't like that young man. He's too clever.
Now, darling, take it easy. After all, he's only a newspaper photographer.
Are you sure this article on you is a good idea?
Of course. We'll need it. Why do you think I went to all that work to get those pictures? The public must be convinced, too. Now, don't worry, my dear. There'll be no slip-up.
There better hadn't be. Not after 11 years of planning and waiting.
Now that those people have the pictures, I'll set fire to the evidence.
You mean burn the negatives?
There are little fires and big fires.
Oh. You mean...
Yes. Tomorrow night, a nice big fire.
Let's see that negative, eh?
Here you are. Yes, sir. That I call a nice layout.
Yeah. Pictures look pretty good, huh?
My article's all right, too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, someday I must teach you how to read.
Yeah. Say, these of Churang Island came out really bright and clear, didn't they? Hey, Ann, look at this.
What?
You notice anything strange about those two shots taken in Hampton's front and backyard?
No.
Well, I do. Look at this bank of clouds here. It looks sort of like a face, doesn't it?
Oh, sure. It looks like my Aunt Sophie.
Now, quit clowning. Look at it close.
I'm looking.
Well, now, that's supposed to be a view looking north.
That's right.
Well, here's exactly the same formation in the view looking south.
Well, that's queer.
Queer. It's a physical impossibility. There haven't been two cloud formations exactly alike since the first day of creation.
Well, then these scenes were fake.
Yeah, they were beautifully fake. You know, I thought Hampton froze a little when you made that crack.
Which crack?
How about those pictures looking almost like a stage setting? No, Annie. Hampton gave us these pictures for the paper for a reason. He wants everyone to see them. He wants everyone to think that he has lived all these years miles away from here, and that he arrived here just in time to have a pot of gold fall into his lap.
Oh, that's a little too neat, isn't it?
Yeah, these pictures are all he's got to prove he wasn't here all the time.
Well, if he was here, how do we know he didn't murder John Hampton? He had the motive, all right. The will gives him everything.
Yeah, and right under John Hampton's feet. Hey, who said something like that? Ernie. That's right, me and my shadow. Annie, I think I got it. Quick, let me look at your comb.
Well, sure, Casey. But what on earth's in there?
Hey, wait a minute. Here, look at this. A hair. A lone gray hair. I gotta take this down to Logan and have him run some tests on it. I'll see you back here in about an hour.
Well, here are your pictures of Hampton, the ones we didn't print.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to check on them. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Look, Bert. This one of Hampton with Miss Gray in the background. You see this?
Yeah. And what a sugar-coated look she's got on her portrait.
Here, let me see.
Don't she look like a mother whose son has just been made president of his class or something?
She in love with this guy?
Of course not.
You sure, Ann?
Well, she just met him.
Uh-huh. You swore she was in love with her boss.
That's right. And a woman like that couldn't be in love with two men.
Why not?
Because she's the perfect one-man-woman type.
Uh-huh. That's all I wanted to hear. I got a theory on this case, and this just about puts a pin on it. Come on.
Hey, where are we going?
We got a little job of breaking and entering to do. We're going to crash the deserted studio of the Aristocrat Film Company. I think I just about got it.
Isn't this a tiny little bit illegal?
I can fix that with Logan. He and I are just like that. There we are. Come on, we got to work fast.
Oh, spooky, isn't it?
Where did I light a match? See any light switches around here?
Wait a minute. Here's one.
That's better. Oh, so this is the Aristocrat Movie Studio, huh?
And a fine place to bring a young girl in the dead of night.
Annie, you see those crates over there?
Yeah?
I'll bet you 10 to 1 they're full of prop palms, grass mats, and tropical foliage. Let's see.
All right.
Mr. Casey, your intuition is appalling. I'm glad I didn't cover that bit.
Uh-huh. Artificial flowers, trees, rocks, leaves, everything you need to build up a nice little South Sea Island setting right here.
Uh-huh. You mean Hampton could have sneaked in here alone, arranged a beautiful little tropic setting, and taken pictures all over the place?
Not only could have, he did, with a self-timer. And by changing the bushes and foliage around, he got the so-called view from his front porch and the one from his back porch.
Well, where's the sky with a funny cloud formation?
It's hanging right over your head. Look up.
All those big hanging things?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those. Those are backgrounds, you see, held up there by these ropes tied right here.
Oh, which, these?
Hey, look out! You want to kill us both? You pull that knot and all those heavy drops would crash down on our heads.
Oh, sorry. I only thought you might want to get them down to see if you could find the one with the cloud.
Yeah, but we'll have to snub the rope around this peg and have to drop down gradually. Those things are heavy.
Put your hands up, Casey.
Hampton.
He's got a gun.
You too, Miss Williams.
Oh, yes, sir.
You seem surprised to see me, Mr. Casey. Why? You forget that I own this studio now? It's rather I who should be surprised. What are you doing here?
We're looking for Churang Island. And you?
I came to burn this place down. For a reason that you may have already surmised.
Yeah. You didn't want anyone to find out where you made those phony pictures, did you?
No, and I don't want you to tell them. And you won't if you and your charming lady friend should get trapped here and cremated.
There's rather an ugly name for that. Murder.
A murder is not a murder until it's proven so. But before I kill you, I want you to tell me something.
Yes, I expected that. Most murderers are very cautious to know where they slipped up. All right, I'll tell you, Mr. John Hampton.
Oh. You guessed that, too.
Of course. You're not Robert K. Hampton. There never was any Robert K. Hampton. You never fled from the Japs on Churang Island. You picked that place because it would be impossible to check your story. This whole thing was arranged between you and Miss Matilda Gray. You planned this for years and been in love with her for years.
Go on.
You drew your will to a fictitious uncle and probably faked up enough credentials so that you could appear to be that uncle.
And then when the time came, all you had to do was drug your wife, put her in a helicopter.
Well, with just enough fuel to get over the ocean and set the controls and let her go.
Don't you think the plan was clever?
Fiendishly clever. And it was clever of you to spend 10 years working out your disguise. Most criminals try to change their identity by putting on a disguise. You achieved a change by taking one off. One you'd worn for 10 years. You shaved your mustache, bleached the dye out of your hair, and then came down here and took a few pictures of yourself in a tropical setting. Then, the very next day, you turned up as the long-lost uncle, inheriting all your own money and in a position to marry Miss Matilda Gray.
I fooled everyone but you, Mr. Casey. Tell me, why did you suspect me?
Well, being a photographer, maybe I looked too closely at your pictures. And you made the mistake of using the same sky in all of them.
Oh. Clever of you to notice it.
Well, you slipped up on one other little thing, too. Your hair. Remember when I combed it for you, Miss Hampton?
Yes, under the police microscope, a strand of your hair still showed traces of brown dye.
It's those little things, Mr. Hampton.
Perhaps. And then, of course, you should never have let me get a picture of Matilda Gray off guard. For although she treated you badly and seemed to hate you, her love showed up in the face as plainly as though it were written there.
Very interesting.
And as Anne told me, a woman like Matilda Gray couldn't love two men. It turned out she didn't. Both men were you.
Quite right. Now, before you have a chance to turn this story over to the police, I'm afraid I shall have to shoot you both.
I wonder if you'd mind shooting me first. The sight of blood, you know.
You can't afford to joke, Miss Williams.
Oh, no. I don't want to be too near. May I stand over there by those ropes?
Wherever you wish.
Thank you.
Good girl, Annie. Good girl. Boy, that dude is... Okay, I got his gun. Wow, that drop sure beat him.
Is he breathing?
Yeah. But he won't know it for an hour or so. Gee, kid, nice going.
Well, darling, you told me not to pull that knot and...
Annie, this was an inspiration. I could just about kiss you.
Oh, so I've got to save your life to deserve one stingy little kiss.
Well, boys and girls, day of days, the drinks are on first.
Now, wait a minute, Casey. My bet was with you. You can't do this to me.
Can't I, though? Hi, Ethelbert.
Hi, Casey, Miss Williams. Well, Mr. Burke, this is a surprise.
Yes, well,
Burke's buying the drinks, Ethelbert.
Well, what'll it be?
Hello, Ethelbert.
Oh, hello, Grace. What'll it be, Miss Williams?
Oh, double martini.
A double?
2 olives.
And the usual for me. A double.
Now, wait a minute, Casey.
And a double scotch for Ernie at the piano, too.
Hey, go easy, Casey.
One for his shadow, yeah. And one for you, Ethelbert, and a double for Grace.
Hey, Casey.
And see what the boys in the back room will have, too.
And what would you like, Mr. Burke?
Oh, please, Ethelbert. How much is sarsaparilla?
Well, as Carrie Nation once said, quote, "He who partakes only of nature's liquor has the pleasure of remaining sober and paying the checks," unquote.
You've been listening to Casey, Press Photographer, played by Stotts Cotsworth, a new series of adventure programs based on the fictional character created by George Harmon Cox. Casey, Press Photographer is directed by Albert Ward and produced for Columbia by John Deep. Tonight's story was written by Charles Holden. Join us again next week at this same time for another swift-moving story of Casey, Press Photographer. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Fear came first. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Fear Came First by Vera Kelsey. The very intriguing story of a house that was divided by fear until united by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. Madrona Place was the real estate empire that Grandfather Wales had built and died building. A square mile of rolling fields and woodland and lakes. And yes, a huge gray house, the Manor House, the gloomy headquarters of death. It was at this house that Thor Satterland arrived one blustering evening in March. And as he waited in the icy wind, he thought of the warm reception he knew he'd get. The door opened.
Yes?
Oh.
Well, what do you want?
Well, I'm sorry. I was expecting...
Speak up, will you? I'm freezing.
I'm Thor Satterland.
Well, I'm still freezing.
Huldah Swinson's grandson.
Oh.
You see, I was expecting her to open the door, and I...
Well, you'd better come in.
Yes, thank you.
Well, quickly, if you don't mind. That's better. How you Vikings can stand the cold. Now, let's take a good look at you.
Oh, couldn't you tell me about my grandmother first?
Pulchritude with muscles.
About my grandmother, Miss,
Wales, honey. First cousin to Fleur. But you can call me.
Who's that, Eileen?
A man, Beulah, and he belongs. Huldah's grandson.
What?
Yes. Wouldn't you like to meet him?
Thank you. I have other things to do.
Isn't she charming, Thor? My aunt, by marriage. An outsider who married a son of the late Grandfather Wales.
Late?
Oh, didn't you know? The lord of the manor was tucked away in his beloved real estate 6 weeks ago.
That nice old man dead.
Mm-hmm. Terrible, isn't it? And he was only 87.
I'm going to look for my grandmother.
Don't lose your wind doing it.
What?
She's dead, too.
No.
3 days ago. We buried her this morning.
But she... Well, only last week. Where's Fleur Wales?
You can take my word for it.
I want Fleur.
All right. She's upstairs in her room. Do you know anything about this place?
Yes.
Then you ought to know where the living room is. Wait there. I'll tell her you dropped in like the handsome plague.
Thor, you know what we thought of Huldah, Grandfather Wales and I. She was more than a housekeeper to us. She was the mainstay of this house.
Yes, I know that, Fleur.
Everything revolved around her. I had no mother or father except for Huldah. And then...
Please.
I'm sorry. I've been trying so hard not to go to pieces. In 6 weeks, first Grandfather... and then...
Would you rather not talk about it now?
I must talk. You've got a right to know how Huldah died. And why she died.
Why?
Yes. It's very important. It might explain many things. After Grandfather Wales passed away, they came. You met Eileen.
And Beulah.
Well, there's another one, Ruby Devers. Huldah resented them. They treated her like a servant, and she wanted me to send them packing.
Yeah?
But I couldn't. They're relatives, and every single one of them seems to think that she's got a claim to this property.
Oh.
Huldah wouldn't understand my position. She became sullen. And then 4 days ago, she disappeared.
Well, good grief. Well, wasn't that the day the big blizzard began?
Saturday morning.
I was reading about it in Chicago when I... Go on, Fleur.
I thought she'd gone to a cottage at Cranford, the one my grandfather built for her birthday years ago. I drove there.
But don't tell me she got lost in that storm.
I don't know what happened, Thor, but she never reached Cranford.
Oh, my Lord.
Late Sunday afternoon, some men taking the shortcut through the woods found her.
That poor old woman. What did the doctor say it was?
Well, the coroner told Sheriff LaRue that it was a heart attack. But there was a pretty bad bruise on her forehead.
Bruise?
She must have fallen against a tree. Oh, I wanted her to be patient. To wait until I could find out what those women really expected me to give them. If they had any rights to any part of the Drona place.
Fleur, was my grandmother afraid of these women?
Afraid?
It's just an idea. Would you know?
I'd say that she wasn't. Or she didn't seem to be.
Well, how about you? Are you afraid of them?
I don't know. There's nothing they can take away from me. This property is mine. Grandfather Wills left it to me in his will. But...
Yes?
In the event of my death, it goes to them in equal shares.
Then you are afraid. All right.
Are you going?
Yes, I left my luggage at the bus stop in Laketon.
Then you're coming back.
Well, I don't have to see Chicago again for a week.
Good. I'll drive you to Laketon.
No, I want to take that shortcut through the woods.
Now? In the dark?
Don't worry. I'm not going to have any heart attack. Just leave the front door unlocked. I might be a little late. Now, look, Sheriff LaRue, I don't like to say the coroner made a mistake.
But you're saying it, Mr. Satterland.
Maybe my grandmother did have a heart attack. It's possible. She was 73. But that bruise on her forehead...
What are you trying to do, make out a case of murder?
Well, I'm just wondering about it, that's all.
You got any reasons for wondering?
Yes. She gave 50 years of her life to Madrona Place. She was nurse and housekeeper to the old man. She kept him alive.
You don't have to tell me, Mr. Satterland. He was even too sick to walk.
And you know what she did when Fleur's father and mother were killed.
Yeah, a couple of months after the girl was born.
She brought her up like her own child. She wouldn't have left her.
But she did.
I don't believe it.
That ain't evidence, Mr. Satterland.
No? Well, then, maybe this is.
Huh? What's that?
A letter I received from my grandmother 2 weeks ago. Yeah, read it.
Okay. Things is very bad here at Madrona Place. I do not think I know what to do. You come and I will tell you what I see and what I know. Come right away. It is... What's this word?
Dangerous.
Yeah. Did you answer this letter?
A week ago.
Huh? And Huldah Swenson must have had your letter before she died.
And she was expecting me today.
Who knows about this letter?
Just you and me, I think.
You didn't show it to the ladies of Madrona Place?
Not yet.
Well, don't. And say nothing about it.
All right.
Tomorrow morning I'm going to pay them ladies a visit. Maybe I'll find out which one of them knows more than the book says she ought to.
I'm going upstairs to bed, Beulah. Good night, Eileen.
But, Fleur, aren't you going to wait up for our handsome Viking?
The housekeeper's grandson.
An ex-housekeeper's grandson, Beulah. The cross distinction was buried this morning.
Eileen.
Sorry if I've spoken disrespectfully about your sacred cow. But Thor, the god of thunder and lightning, what of all holla I could make with that guy?
Good night. Fleur, what is it, Beulah? Look into Ruby's room, please. She went to bed with a sick headache. She might want something. You can do that yourself if you like. I've had enough of all of you.
Well, one word about her precious Huldah.
Oh, it isn't that, Eileen.
Oh, no?
It's that man, Thor Sutherland. Since he came here tonight...
She's been full of vitamins and very difficult.
Why do you suppose she sent for him?
I don't know. Did she send for him?
Of course. She means to get rid of us.
How?
Oh, leave it to her. She'll find a way.
Nobody can get rid of us, Beulah. We go with the land, like topsoil.
I don't trust her, Eileen.
You don't trust anyone, including Ruby and me.
What?
But that's all right. I don't trust you or Ruby either. Any day I expect to look in the mirror and find a knife in my back.
How can you say that?
I open my mouth and out it comes.
Very well, if that's all you think of me.
Oh, Beulah, let's not get sentimental.
I'm thinking of my future, our future. We'll never make any progress until we learn to trust each other.
And all this because a man came to the house.
He told Fleur he was going to Leighton to pick up his luggage. But that was more than 3 hours ago.
He walked the wood path where Huldah's body was found.
Why did you say that to me, that way?
You're worried about something, aren't you?
Oh, I don't want strangers meddling in our business. And that man...
Is that all?
He should have been back 2 hours ago.
Beulah, you fascinate me. I really think you're frightened.
Oh, nonsense. I'm puzzled. You should be, too.
I am.
Oh?
By only one thing.
What's that, dear?
Who killed Cock Robin?
What's the matter?
Somebody.
Oh, now, tell me.
Oh, I thought... I couldn't breathe.
Where's the fire?
What is it, Eileen? Who screamed?
Keep your nightcap on, Beulah. I'm looking for that information myself.
Oh, tell them to go away. Oh.
Well, I shouldn't wonder. That man is with her, under the same roof with me. Good night, Eileen.
Naughty, naughty.
All right, Fleur.
Those women.
Tell me what happened. Why did you scream?
I was dreaming, Thor. That someone was strangling me with my silver necklace.
Yes.
I had to scream. I was screaming in my dream. I couldn't breathe.
You scared the living daylights out of me.
I'm sorry. I feel so foolish now.
What's the matter?
This reading lamp. I turned it off before I fell asleep.
Are you sure?
Yes. I remember.
Let me see your throat.
But Thor, it was a dream.
Those 2 scratches aren't.
What?
Yeah. Fleur, where did you keep that necklace?
I dropped it on the dressing table.
No place else?
Isn't it there?
No.
Well, then look on the chest of drawers.
All right.
I know I didn't put it away. I took it off and I dropped it.
Now go, Fleur.
But Thor, it must be.
You mean it should be? You weren't dreaming, Fleur. Somebody tried to kill you.
Oh, no.
When you started to scream, she got scared and ran out with a necklace.
Who?
I'm going to ask Sheriff LaRue to answer that question tomorrow. Just keep your door locked tonight. Oh, good morning, Sheriff.
Hello, Thor. Oh, I got frost in my bones. The ladies up yet?
They're in the dining room.
Good.
Yeah, take off your coat.
No, thanks. I ain't staying any longer than I have to.
Well, suit yourself.
Always do. Well, good morning, ladies.
Well, Sheriff LaRue, we're just having breakfast. Would you like to drop into a cup of coffee?
Eileen, please.
Beulah, my dried-up conscience.
Where's the other one, Fleur?
The other one? He means Ruby, darling. She's still sleeping, Sheriff.
Somebody wake her up and get her down here.
Why, Sheriff?
I want everybody present, Fleur. I changed my idea about the way Huldah Swenson died. I got evidence it might have been murder.
Murder?
But what evidence, Sheriff?
Beulah, don't you know it's the law that asks all the questions?
Eileen, when I want advice from
That's
you...
all right, ma'am. You better go upstairs and get Ruby, Miss Eileen. I like you less every time you open your mouth.
Now, see here, you bundled-up Mackinaw.
Go ahead. I've got a jail with vacancies.
Well, since you put it so nicely.
All right, now.
But Sheriff LaRue, why should anyone want to kill Huldah?
Because she had information.
Detrimental to Fleur, of course.
Now, wait a minute, Beulah. You're going to say that she killed my grandmother.
Young man, I had rather you wouldn't speak to me after what I saw last night.
What's that?
He and... Oh, it was too disgraceful.
Now, look, ma'am.
I'm not going to talk about it, Sheriff. They can tell you if they want to. I've got something else to explain.
Yeah.
I suppose you've been wondering what Eileen and Ruby and I have been doing in this house.
Sort of.
Well, we've been trying to reestablish our claim to this property.
Huh? What about it, Fleur?
I don't know. Grandfather Wales left Madrona Place to me. It's in his will. Then they arrived with notions...
Don't believe her. The three of us are not crazy.
Oh, please, I didn't say you were. But nothing has ever been said to me about any of you. I'm willing to let you prove your claims. I haven't tried to stop you.
No, you haven't.
I let you examine my grandfather's papers, his files. I've exposed the entire house to you. I could have put you out any time I wanted, but I didn't. I didn't even suggest it, did I, Beulah?
Oh, well, you were not doing it out of kindness, Fleur.
No. I wanted to be fair with you and the others. Huldah didn't agree with me, and she's dead. And last night, one of you tried to kill me.
What?
She's lying, Sheriff.
With my silver necklace while I was sleeping. You could still see the marks on my throat. Look.
Yeah.
I was going to tell you about it, Sheriff.
Well, and all because of some real estate.
That's worth about $500,000.
Oh, it's you again. Now, where?
But you haven't heard the whole story, Sheriff. Old Man Wales was my grandfather, too. But I didn't live here with him. I couldn't spin his top when it came to making a will.
That's what I've been having to put up with, Sheriff.
But it wasn't because you loved it. It was because you knew our grandfather had no right to leave all this property to you.
He didn't buy it with his own money.
You tell him, Beulah.
His 3 sons and Ruby paid for half of it. And one of his sons was my husband.
And one was my father. You get the idea, Sheriff? The kids chipped in to make a home for the old man, but only on a promissory basis.
Yes.
When Grandpapa died, and he did, his sons, or their leftovers, would get what they're entitled to. And that's all we want.
But surely if that was the understanding, your grandfather would have kept records.
That, my sinewy Viking, is what we contend, but we haven't been able to prove as yet.
Well, that's not my department, unless it adds up to murder. When's Ruby coming down?
She isn't.
Now, see here, you tell her...
You tell her. I don't know where she is.
What?
She's vamoosed. Bag and some of her baggage.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you thinking of last night, Beulah?
Yes, after Fleur screamed.
What about it, ma'am?
Eileen and I came out of our rooms to see what was wrong, but Ruby didn't.
And maybe she didn't have to. If she knew why Fleur was screaming.
Eileen, are you suggesting that Ruby tried to kill me?
I'm not suggesting, Fleur. Wait till the law sees what I found.
Where are you going?
To get something I left in the hall. Now, handle with care. And don't get any fingerprints on it.
Now, look, miss, if I've got to listen to any more of your corny jokes...
Wrap the handkerchief and... presto.
A paperweight.
There's blood on it.
What a team. We can't lose the pennant.
Where'd you get this?
On the floor in Ruby's closet. She must have forgotten to take it.
Yeah, I'll bet. Like she forgot to take herself. You must think I'm a fool.
That's my paperweight, Sheriff.
I don't care who it belongs to, Fleur.
Ruby asked me if she might use it in her room.
Huh? When?
Several days ago.
Before Huldah Swenson was killed?
Yes. But, Sheriff...
This is what it was done with Fleur. Huh. I'd better see about finding Ruby.
But, Thor, why must we go to Cranford?
I told you, Fleur, I want to see my grandmother's cottage.
Yes, but why?
Well, Ruby disappeared. She killed my grandmother, tried to kill you.
Do you think she's hiding there?
I don't know of a better place.
Wouldn't it be slightly ridiculous? So close to Madrona Place?
I want to think of looking for her there.
You thought of it.
So?
So Sheriff LaRue most likely thought of it, too. But you're not going to Huldah's cottage to find Ruby.
No.
You believe them, Eileen and Beulah, about their claims to Madrona Place.
Now, wait a minute.
You know that Huldah was very methodical. She used to keep records of everything.
Yes, but that doesn't
Please
mean...
don't deny it, Thor. You're going to the cottage to see if you can't find something to prove their claims.
Don't you want them proved?
Yes, if they can be. But if there's anything at the cottage, I'd rather the sheriff found it.
Well, that's what I'm going there for.
Oh?
My grandmother was crazy about keeping diaries. I want to find out if she's left one of her little books at the cottage.
Why?
She knew something, Fleur. What? There's no case against Ruby or anyone else without it. Come on, Fleur.
Yes.
You don't have to be so tense.
I don't like what we're doing, Thor.
Now, if you're going to worry about what the sheriff will say.
Good heavens.
Look at this place. Cyclone couldn't have done a better job of tearing down. Everything except the walls.
Let's get out of here, Thor.
And even they've been ripped wide open in places.
Thor.
What?
I can't bear to look at it. I'll wait for you in the car.
I'll go with you. Somebody with the same idea as mine beat me to it.
Calder's cottage.
If there's any evidence in there, it's gone with a killer. I think we'll find Sheriff LaRue and tell him about this.
No, please take me home. You can tell him about it later. Thor, those men. What are they doing on my property?
Oh, I don't... Oh, there's Sheriff LaRue. Let's ask him. Sheriff! Sheriff LaRue!
Huh? Oh.
What's happening?
Well, what are those men doing? What are they looking for?
No, there's nothing to get excited about, Fleur. Those are some of my boys and some boys from the DA's office. Where you been?
Cranford.
My grandmother's cottage.
Oh, yeah. Pretty messy, ain't it?
Oh, you've been there?
Not me. I sent one of my boys. He gave me a first-hand report.
But those men, Sheriff, what are they looking for?
Ruby Devers.
What?
Sheriff.
It's just a hunch, kiddies. I've got an idea she never left this property.
I don't get it.
Very simple. This is sparsely populated country. Once the people in these parts see a face, they never forget it. And nobody I've talked to seen Ruby Devers' face today.
But, Sheriff, that doesn't mean she's...
It could, Mr. Sutherland. There's only a couple of places that lady could have gone to. One of them's the woods. She wouldn't have a chance in there against this kind of cold.
Well, what about Lakes and the bus stop?
Well, she didn't get there, son.
How do you know?
The man at the station told me. He knows everybody that lives in this neck of the woods, even if they're only visiting. And he's seen no Ruby Devers.
Hey, Sheriff.
Huh?
You better come here. I think we found something.
Okay, be right there.
Oh.
Now, you take Fleur into the house, Mr. Sutherland. I'll be along as soon as I've got something to tell you.
Isn't anybody going to talk?
Sure. Ask a question and we'll give you 20 answers.
Eileen.
There goes my conscience again.
Well, this is no time to be flippant, with the sheriff expecting to find Ruby's dead body out there.
Would you cut your throat if he did?
Thor,
Yes?
will you look out of the window, please?
Oh, now listen, Fleur.
Oh, go and look out of the window and be thankful she doesn't ask you to jump.
Why don't you shut up for a change?
I can. It's no hardship among friends.
That must be the sheriff.
Well?
We've got her, Fleur.
Where was she?
In the well.
Good heavens. Pussy in the well. Who put her there?
That's what I mean to find out, Miss Eileen. From the person who done it.
You know?
Yeah. She was already dead, Fleur, when her body was thrown in there.
How, Sheriff?
I want the killer to tell me.
Don't you know how she was killed?
I know, Mr. Sutherland. Well, does anybody want to talk to me alone? Would it help if I say I've known the killer since early this morning?
What are you talking about, Sheriff?
I knew Ruby Devers didn't kill Huldah Swinton.
What?
I think you're bluffing. Why didn't you make an arrest?
I wasn't ready, Miss Eileen. Ruby had to be found first.
Are you ready now?
Mm-hmm.
Then make it, why don't you?
Yeah. So am I going to have to do all the talking?
Well, if you want a prisoner.
How about it, Fleur?
I don't know, Sheriff.
Is this your silver necklace? The one you were choked with last night?
Yes. Where did you find it?
The diver found it. In the well.
Oh.
It was used to kill Ruby Devers.
One of them?
No, Mr. Sutherland. Fleur.
You're crazy. She was almost murdered herself.
I think when she gets ready to talk, she'll tell a different story.
But those scratches on her throat.
Her own nails did that, didn't they, Claire?
Sheriff LaRue, you've never been so mistaken in your life.
I've known you for a long time, young lady, as a neighbor. I thought you'd want to talk to me alone.
If I had anything to say.
You have. But I'll say it. You killed Huldah Swenson.
Now, look here, Sheriff.
Sit down, Mr. Sutherland. I'm talking now. You killed her, Fleur, because she knew that you would kill your grandfather.
Of course.
It was your job to bring him his medicine. The last attack he had, you let him die without the medicine.
You'll have to prove that, Sheriff.
Huldah knew it. She also knew that your grandfather left no will.
No will? But the paper she told us about, the paper that was filed.
A forgery, ma'am. Huldah Swenson knew that, too. From the day of the old man's death, she lived in terror of the girl she had raised from the cradle. That's why she wrote to you, Mr. Sutherland.
Fleur, is that true?
He hasn't proved it yet.
But he can't be making it up. It's too much.
Don't worry about the proof. I've got it. Huldah's diary.
What? Where did you find it?
In a safe deposit box in Cranford. And with it, Fleur, were memos of all the money the old man had received from his sons and Ruby Devers for the development of Madrona Place.
All right. I killed Huldah. And I forged the will. I didn't want to divide this property with strangers. It was my home.
$500,000 worth.
Why did you let the old man die?
He was going to make out a will, giving them shares, 50%. I lived at Madrona Place all my life, and he was going to let them take over my home.
What about Ruby Devers?
She saw me strike Huldah with that paperweight. And then she tried to force me to sign a paper, giving her half of this property. I had to kill her, just as I had to kill Huldah, because she was going to tell Paul what I'd done.
Come on, Fred.
Now they're going to take Madrona Place, my home. They're going to take away my home.
Well, don't ever mention that word to me again, Beulah. What? That's better. Thor.
Yes?
Would you like to tell me a story?
About what?
You can go now, Beulah. You're making a crowd.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Fear Came First, based on a story by Vera Kelsey. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Sidney Smith played Thor Sutherland, and Helen Shields was Fleur Wales. Grace Coppin was Eileen, Irene Hubbard was Beulah, and Cameron Prudhomme played Sheriff LaRue. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story about a dead man who captured a murderer. It's called Dead Man Control by Helen Riley. In the meantime... Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Snap out of it, Susie. You look like the last bar of the last rose of summer.
I'm all right, Ella. You ready to go to work?
Well, I will be as soon as I get finished putting on this makeup. Who invented makeup anyway? I got to put it on to go out in the street and then take it off and put new stuff on at the theater.
Ella?
Yeah?
You think we're ever going to get any place in show business?
Well, where do you want to get? You're in the front row of the chorus now, aren't you? So am I. If you got any further front, would be in the orchestra pit.
That isn't what I mean. I mean, do you think we'll ever be able to get out of this little apartment and out of the chorus?
I'm doing pretty good now with the talents I got. With you, it's different. You're young and cute. You ought to be in pictures, maybe.
You really think so?
I said ought to be, kid. Ought to be and going to be are two different things. Well, fix this face of mine as good as it'll ever be, I guess. Let's get up. Hey, what's that under the door?
Well, it looks like an envelope.
I don't know why it should look like an envelope, except for one reason. That's because it is an envelope. I'll get it. One way to keep my girlish figure. Bending for envelopes, people slide under doors. Oh, here, it's addressed to you, Miss Susan Blake. Well, who could we find out the hard way? Open it and see. Ella! Oh, what's the matter, kid? Somebody crawl out of that envelope and slug you? That's the way you sounded.
Listen to what the note says. It says, unless you pay me $5,000 in cash, in a way I will tell you about tomorrow, you'll be dead by tomorrow night. Dead by tomorrow night, Ella. Unless I pay somebody $5,000.
5,000 clams? We haven't got 500 pennies between us. Oh, Susie, somebody's kidding.
Oh, they can't be. They could go to jail for writing a note like this. Ella, what are we going to do?
Oh, we can go to the cops, or we can get $5,000 somewhere. All I know is we've got to do something.
I've got to do something. I'm going to get that $5,000. Mr. Vance, you've got to help me. You've helped so many other people.
I'll be glad to do what I can, Miss Blake. This note was slipped under your door, and you have no idea who might be trying to get $5,000 from you.
No, all I know is it can't be anybody who knows me at all. I haven't any money. All I have is my job in our musical show, the Tip Top Review.
I understand. But I don't think I understand your reluctance to go to the police. You say you're afraid that the publicity might be detrimental to you. Seems to me that show business people relish publicity of this sort.
Well, they like publicity, all right, but not this kind. If I had jewels stolen or something like that, it'd be different. But the possibility of a murder isn't good publicity. Maybe they wouldn't like it. I don't want to take a chance in their not liking it. You understand?
Your idea is that I can help you, and if I can, there's no need of your going to the police.
That's right. You're a private investigator, the best in the world. Vance, you've got to help me.
Let me see that note again.
Here.
Unless you pay me $5,000 in cash in a way I'll tell you about tomorrow, you'll be dead by tomorrow night. You notice anything strange about this typewriting?
No.
It's very neatly typed, except that every time the letter Y is used, whoever typed it hit a wrong key first. The Z, I think, and then the Y was typed over it.
What can that mean?
I don't know yet. Tell me one other thing. Is there someone who wants to put you under obligation to him? Someone who wants you to come to him and borrow $5,000?
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Maybe there is such a person, Vance, now that you've brought it up.
Tell me who he is and I'll go see him.
No, I don't think I will. I think it'd be a much better idea if I saw him myself.
Hold it. I'm coming. Well, Susie, come on in.
Thanks, Don. You don't seem surprised that I'm here.
I'm not.
I just called your apartment, and your roommate told me she thought you might be coming to see me. Sit down, Susie. Can I get you something?
No. Don, would you do something for me?
Anything, Susie. I always told you I'd do anything for you if you'd only give me a chance. What's the gimmick?
I need $5,000.
Who doesn't? What's the pitch?
I need the money desperately, Don. I'll pay it back a little at a time, but I have to have it tonight.
Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. What's the angle?
Well, I can't...
Oh, don't go away, Susie. I'll get rid of whoever's on the phone. Yeah.
That you, Don?
Well, yeah, Frankie, only I can't...
Listen, Don, this is it. There's a boat race tomorrow. The 4th. Then...
I'll call you back.
You can't reach me. Get down on it with everything. The 4th. Victory.
Frankie, you're a fool. Call me back in 10 minutes. Now, Susie, where were we?
You wanted to know why I needed the money. Now I want to know something.
Yeah? What's the question?
That phone call you just got. I think I know what it means.
Oh, really? What's the proposition?
You know what I want. $5,000.
Mm-hmm. $5,000. Well, Susie, I've got a soft spot in my head for you. I always said I'd take care of you. And don't you worry. I will.
This is Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Markham. This is Vance.
How are you, my friend? What's up?
I thought perhaps you might be trying to get me in the next half hour for some reason or other, and I just wanted to report to you that I couldn't be reached.
Nothing's come up here that'd be interesting to you, Vance?
In that case, I'm on my way.
Where you bound for?
A girl came to me today, Markham, a Susan Blake. Her life had been threatened, and she has until tomorrow to get the $5,000 whoever wrote the note demanded. But she said she had a call to make after she left me, and I'm going up to her apartment to find out who it was she went to see and what happened there.
Let me know if there's anything I can do to help Miss Blake.
I will. But if I have to call on the law, Markham, I'm afraid it'll be too late for anybody to help her. Hello up there.
You paging me?
In a way. My name is Philo Vance. And I'm looking for the apartment of a girl named Susan Blake.
Mighty nice looking.
I or my quest?
Well, brother, let's face facts. You ain't there.
Well, thank you.
Oh, it ain't me you have to thank. Send a fan letter to your mother, your father, and your tailor. I'm Ella Andrews, Susie's roommate. I'm just on my way up to the apartment. Can you make another flight of stairs?
Under protest.
Well, better make it under your own power. I haven't carried anybody up a flight of stairs since I quit my job as a volunteer fireman.
I thought firemen only carried people down.
Maybe that's why I got fired. I heard of you, Van. Susie told me she was going to see you, and I was glad she did.
Because of that threatening note she got?
Oh, because of a lot of things. Mostly a thing named Donald Graham who's got a yen for Susie a mile long.
Graham?
Big-time operator. What his racket is, I don't know. As long as I want to stay healthy, I don't care about finding out. He called here after Susie left this afternoon. I told him Susie was going to see him. Well, here we are. This, and don't you dare laugh, is home. I'll get my key.
Seems to me that the door is open.
Seems to me that what seems to you ain't wrong. Susie's probably home. Hey, Susie, you got company. Come on in there.
Thank you.
Oh, Susie's probably in the bedroom. I'll go look. There's a magazine lying over there if you want to read. It's a couple of months old, though.
Really?
Yeah, my boyfriend's a dentist. Be right out, Van.
All right, Miss Andrews.
Susie probably fell asleep waiting for me to...
Miss Andrews, what is it? What's the matter?
It's Susie! It's Susie!
Poor girl.
Oh, I don't want to look. I don't want to look.
You don't have to. You better come out here in the living room with me. Apparently, your roommate had a visitor before we got here, Miss Andrews. A visitor named Murder.
Sorry about about that Blake girl, Vance. Sergeant Heath and his men will investigate the case thoroughly, believe me.
I'm sure they will, Markham. But I wanted you to drive out here with me to see the dead girl's mother. She lives out here in the suburbs, according to the information I have.
A little too far out for Miss Blake to commute every day.
Yes. The mother's name is Cherney. Susan changed her name when she went on the stage. This ought to be the house, I think.
You want me to go in with you?
Please. The mother has been informed of the murder. I'll feel better if you're with me.
Good enough. Yeah, quaint little house, isn't it?
Yes. Something old world about it. I hope we can learn something here, Martin.
I certainly do, too. Ring the bell, will you, Vance?
Right. I have an idea that talking to the mother might give us a lead as to who might have tried to get $5,000 from a girl who was broke.
And who killed her before the time limit he himself set was up. I don't understand that.
I don't either.
You are police. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Cherney. This is Mr. Markham. My name is Vance.
How do you do?
Come in. What do you want with me?
I'd like to look around the house, if you don't mind, Mrs. Cherney.
I don't mind. I don't care. I don't care about anything anymore.
We're trying to find the man who killed your daughter, Mrs. Cherney. You'll help us?
Suppose you do find him. What good did that do Susan now? What do you want to know?
Tell us about Susan.
Well, I bring her here many, many years ago from the old country. She was just a baby. All the furniture you see, everything here comes from the old country. I try to make this house just like the one I leave.
We understand that.
Susan go to school, then to business college. I want her to be secretary. I was secretary in old country for branch office, the American company. We were not farm people.
Please go on.
Susan seemed to like practicing piano, dancing. I tried to make her typewrite things at home on machine I still have, which I bring from other side. But she go to business college only to please me. Much rather she dance and sing.
Who were her friends? Do you know that?
No, that I do not know. She come home when she gets a chance, but not too often. She was here the day before she was killed. I have nothing else to tell you, except Susan was a good girl.
I'm very sure of that, Mrs. Cherney. Thank you very much.
You're leaving?
Yes. You'll hear from us, though.
You can say so. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Cherney.
If you think of anything I ought to know, Mrs. Cherney, please call me on the telephone. I'm in the book.
Oh, yes, of course. Goodbye.
Well, Vance, I guess that was a wasted visit.
Why do you say that, my friend?
Well, it's pretty apparent, isn't it? You found out absolutely nothing.
What did you expect to find out, Markham?
Well, I'd hoped to get a lead on whoever it was that wrote that threatening note to Miss Blake.
Oh, that note. I know who wrote that note.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even want to know how you know. Just tell me who it is so we can pick him up.
It wouldn't do us any good, Markham. Not yet, that is. Knowing who wrote that note doesn't mean knowing who committed the murder.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Tip-Top murder case began with the finding of the body of chorus girl Susan Blake after she had received a typewritten note threatening her with death unless she paid the writer $5,000. Philo Vance says he knows who wrote that note, but insists he is more interested in the identity of the murderer. And right now, he's decided to go over to the Tip-Top Review, the musical show which employed Miss Blake and her roommate, Ella Andrews. He should be there about now on account of the number.
Now, look, you kids. This show's been running for 6 months, and just because we got a new girl to break in, you're all rehearsing like you got lead in your feet. Now, this is a step you've been missing. Watch me, will you? Okay, Harry. Well, how about it, boys and girls? Can you do it? Now we'll see. Take it from the top. Hit it, Harry. Okay, break it. Take 5, everybody.
Grab your coat, Danny. We'll hop across the street for a couple. Oh, why, Mr. Vance, hello.
Hello, Miss Andrews. Mind if I talk to you a minute?
Talk to me for 5 if you like. We got that much time off from rehearsal. What did you find out about who killed Susie?
That's what I came to talk to you about. You told me of a friend of hers named Don Graham.
Yeah, that's right, I did. I told you about him when we were climbing the stairs to our apartment. He's a no-good guy if there ever was one. And there was one, I'm told.
Well, I'm working on a theory, Miss Andrews, and this is what I want to know. Did your roommate, Susan Blake, tell you anything at all about Graham?
I know she went to see him. Graham knows I know she went to see him because he called the apartment after Susie called me and told me she was going up there.
That's right. You told me that, too. That's not so good.
It isn't?
No. Now, look, Miss Andrews, this is serious. Did Susan tell you anything about Graham? Anything at all?
Not that I can remember. Why?
Why? Because that might save your life.
I've got all the money I could raise on that horse victory in the 4th today, Frankie. You know that.
Sure, Don. Like I told you, it's a bull race. Every horse in the 4th is owned by one guy under different names.
Mm-hmm.
Guy's waiting 2 years to pull a thing like this, and only 3 people know it. Him, me, and you.
Good. That means the price on the horse victory will stay up. Not too many people will be betting on him. You know why I tried to stop you from telling me about the race on the phone yesterday?
I know now, because that dame Susie was here, that's why.
She was here and she heard you. But she figured out what you were saying, and I think she did. She'd spread the story that the horse race was fixed all over town.
Sure, I know. And the price would go down, and some wrong guy had to hear about the fix and spoil the whole thing.
Frankie, I stand to make over $100,000 on that race. That's too much to risk on a dame's yapping. What's the answer?
The answer is I shut up the dame like you told me to. I'll tell you something, Don. It wasn't a bad job.
Anybody home?
Hey, quite the dame busting me.
Oh, what do you want here?
You know who I am?
No, and that's all right with me. What's the pitch?
I'm Ella Andrews. I was Susie Blake's roommate.
So?
So which one of you is Don Graham?
I am.
Look, Mr. Graham, you gotta believe me. Susie never told me a thing before she was killed. I never saw her from the time she left the apartment till the time I found her dead. You gotta believe that.
What is all this, Don?
Who knows? What's the gimmick, Ella? Why come here to tell me this?
Well, I wanted you to know. You've got to know, and you've got to believe me. She never said a word to me. Tell me you believe me. Please tell me.
All right, cutie. If it'll make you happy, I believe it. Now get going.
Okay, I had to be sure you knew that. Only remember it, will you?
Yeah. How do you figure that one, Don?
Very simple, Frankie. The gal knows something.
About the race?
What else?
I see. The Blake gal tipped this one out, huh? Only she's scared and wants to make out like she don't know nothing.
That's right. Frankie, I think maybe you ought to go visit this young lady. You know where she lives?
Yeah, sure. I was there once to see Susie Blake. Remember?
Vance, listen to me. See if this isn't your theory, too. This Don Graham you told me about sent the threatening note to Miss Blake, believing that she would run to him for the money which he would give her.
And thus put her under obligation to him.
Right. He'd send her another note saying to leave the $5,000 somewhere, and he'd pick up the money he'd given her, his own money. He lost nothing. That makes sense, Vance.
Yes, it does. But it doesn't make a reason for him to kill her. Especially as I'm sure Miss Blake did go to see Graham and ask him for the money.
Maybe she had something on Graham and reminded him of it when she went there. Maybe she used blackmail as a means of getting the $5,000.
That's very possible, Markham. But what? But that isn't even close to what actually happened.
Don't bother, Mrs. Williams. I've got my key. I thought I mislaid it.
Turn out those lights.
Mr. Vance.
Do as I say, Miss Andrews, quickly.
Okay, what is all this, Vance? You scared the daylights out of me.
I hope you won't be scared again in a few minutes. That's the reason I'm here.
You got a reason for getting into my apartment, waiting for me, and asking me to turn out the light?
I had a reason and a pass key for getting in. And the lights were a little idea of mine in order to set a stage.
Look, I'd like to be a star, and I think I get what you mean about setting a stage, but, Vance, I wouldn't look good as a corpse. Gray isn't my color. Tell me what's going on.
You went to see Don Graham, didn't you?
Sure, you told me something in the theater that made me go to see him. I had to make sure that Graham knew that Susie didn't tell me anything before she was killed.
That's what I thought you'd do, and what I wanted you to do.
Well, thanks. It would have been easier if you'd asked me.
Easier, perhaps, but not quite as convincing. You'd better make yourself comfortable here, Miss Andrews. I'm quite certain you're going to have a visitor, but I haven't the slightest idea as to when he'll arrive.
You still there, Vance?
Yes, Miss Andrews. The strain of waiting getting you down.
No, but in case you see me walking a back fence tomorrow night, you'll know the reason. My eyes are getting so used to the dark, and here I'm practically a cat.
You're a much prettier girl than you would be a cat.
Maybe the darkness in here isn't going to be so bad after all. Say that again, will you, Vance?
Why? Didn't you hear me?
Oh, there are some things a girl can't hear often enough.
In that case...
Fence door.
Where is that darn light switch? Oh, yeah. Here it is. Hey,
That's
what are you
Frankie,
doing
John
here?
Graham's stooge, Vance.
You want to know what I'm doing here, Frankie? What are you two doing here, you and that knife?
Right now, I'm waiting to use it on you.
Vance, look out, he's throwing that knife.
Thanks for the warning, Miss Andrews. Oh, no, Frankie, you're not getting out of here.
That's what you think.
That's what I know.
Okay. Is this the way you want it?
Anybody mind if I play too? Ah!
Well, nice work, Miss Andrews. But you really shouldn't have hit him with that vase. I was having quite a bit of fun.
Oh, sorry, I spoiled it. I guess maybe I shouldn't have.
Because you didn't want to spoil my fun.
Don't be silly. That vase I slugged him with cost $1.98. That crumb really came up to let me have it, didn't he? Hey, why ain't I screaming?
I don't know, but thanks for not doing it. This man is Don Graham's assistant, you said?
I said he was Graham's stooge.
He killed your roommate on Graham's orders. And I'm quite certain that Mr. Markham can get him to admit that when we take him to headquarters.
But who wrote the note asking for 5 G's, Vance? And why did they think that Susie could get that kind of dough?
I'll explain all that to Markham. But you're invited if you care to find out all about this case. Markham, Frankie squealed on Don Graham, and you have both of them in custody, so I'll answer all questions from you and Miss Andrews now.
I got a question. What are you doing later?
I'll answer that later, Miss Andrews. Well, Markham?
Who wrote the typewritten note that asked for $5,000, then?
Miss Blake wrote that note herself.
What?
That's right. Markham, do you remember the typewriter at the home of Miss Blake's mother?
No. I know she mentioned she had a typewriter she brought over from her native country, but I didn't see it.
I didn't either, but I didn't have to. All I had to know was it was a foreign typewriter with English letters. Remember, Miss Blake's mother said she worked for an American company?
Yes.
Anyhow, I knew that was the one used to write the note.
How did you know that?
The note was typed perfectly, except where the letter Y was used. And then, apparently, the typist had hit the letter Z first. A touch typist, such as her mother told us Miss Blake was, wouldn't look at the keys. She'd assume every typewriter had what is known as a standard keyboard.
And a foreign machine doesn't have that?
Well, it's standard except for one change. The Z and Y keys are transposed on a foreign typewriter.
Because the letter Z is used more in foreign words. I get it now, Vance. Miss Blake, schooled on an American machine, would strike the wrong letter if she weren't looking at the keys. She wrote the threatening letter to herself when she was home the day before her death.
Exactly. Now, as to why she wrote the letter. She wanted to take it to Don Graham and ask him for the $5,000. She wanted to use that money for clothes or for a trip to try to get into the movies or something like that.
You got it, Vance. She was movie mad, that gal.
That's what I suspected. Anyhow, she came to me to make the note seem even more authentic. Then she went to Don Graham's for the money. But unfortunately, she overheard something up there that Graham didn't want made public.
We have that in his confession, of course. Well, I want to thank you, Vance, for your help. Things certainly started moving when you got in the middle of this situation.
All I care about is that we wound up successful at the end of the Tip-Top murder case.
Calling all detectives. Private detectives get all sorts of clients. But I once had a murder case in which my client was me. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Many people think that a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, has a lot of special rights and privileges. Far from it. I was sitting at a small table in the Montmartre, which is one of those intimate nightclubs. With luck, I hoped to see Johnny Laughlin walk into the place sometime during the evening. I wanted Johnny for having worked the flim-flam, one of the basic confidence games, on a man now my client. The man who pushed his way across the floor to my table was tall, dark, heavy-shouldered.
Listen, Jake. You butter my girl again and I'll slap your nose to the back of your head.
I blinked. You're talking to the wrong man, pal. I never saw you or your girl before. All that did was infuriate the guy.
Who you trying to ritz? Stand up and fight or I'll knock that smoke right off your puss.
Under the circumstances, there was only one thing to do, and I did it. I yanked my blackjack from my pocket, kicked my chair out from under me, slapped the guy with the blackjack. And instantly, the three other men surrounded me. One had a gun. I struck out at him. Heard the bullet go past my ear, and from then on was too busy to notice anything. After what seemed like hours, the lights went on. I found myself in the grip of two husky cops. There was a still figure on the floor. Mister, you're under arrest for murder. I got into a fight at a nightclub and found myself charged with murder. The next morning, I had a talk with my lawyer, and Lieutenant Dawson came over to see me from headquarters. They were both optimistic.
Jerry, we've got it pretty well established that the guy did pick the fight with you. The only question now is who killed him.
My lawyer shrugged.
That's not our question, Lieutenant. Jerry's innocent, and I want him released.
Dawson nodded absently.
Yeah, sure. That's just formality.
He turned to me.
Jerry, I want you to come down to the morgue, take a look at the body. We haven't been able to identify it yet.
I stared at the still body lying on the morgue slab, and I dreaded what I had to say. Dawson, this is not the fellow who picked the fight with me.
You mean this poor guy was just an innocent bystander?
My lawyer got red in the face.
That doesn't alter the circumstances. Jerry had nothing to do with it. A hoodlum picked a fight and...
I shrugged. Save it for court. We're liable to need it.
A license as a private detective is not a license to engage in brawls. Even though Mr. Browning did not actually shoot the victim, he is responsible for the conditions culminating in the murder. I hold him for the grand jury. However, I will accept a petition for bail.
In the 4 days previous to my scheduled appearance before the grand jury, I moved heaven and earth to find out the identity of the murdered man. All I learned was that he'd come into the nightclub alone just a few minutes before the fight started, had been sitting at a table right behind mine. For a while, I thought that the murder had some connection with Johnny Laughlin, the confidence man I'd been trying to capture. But even that slim hope disappeared when I entered the grand jury room. The district attorney shook a bony finger in my face.
Members of the grand jury, this man Browning has been a troublemaker for years. He claims to have been seeking the capture of Johnny Laughlin, who was in the custody of New Orleans police 24 hours before the nightclub murder, as Browning should have known if he were more interested in his business than in brawls. What do you say to that, Browning?
I had one chance, and I took it.
Members of the grand jury, this was no murder growing out of a casual brawl. I've uncovered evidence that makes me believe the whole thing was carefully staged. A fight picked in order to make a deliberate murder look accidental. I'm sure the man who started it did not know I was a detective. He picked on whoever was nearest, the real intended victim. But something happened in the course of the fight which makes me sure I can solve the murder, if the grand jury will give a week to do it in.
The grand jury believed me, and I walked out of there with at least a technical chance to clear myself. That stuff about a deliberately staged fight was something I'd thought up in a moment of desperation. But the more I thought about it, the better I liked it. And in a conference with Dawson that same day, Dawson, the victim, came there to meet somebody. He had no papers on him because he didn't dare have any, and no money because he needed money badly. All that adds up to a Lamister of some kind. Find out who's broken out of a jail lately, or double-crossed a gang someplace, and we'll at least have the victim identified. We had the identification 2 days later.
Jerry, our man is Sandy Purcell. Used to be an accountant. Ran the books for an Eastern gambling syndicate, sold inside information to another gang, and disappeared right after that. As clear as you, Jerry.
Yeah, but that's not enough. There's a certain guy I still have to catch up with. Now that I knew the kind of man I was after, my problem became simpler. What I was looking for was a big man with a big pain in his head. Gangland has its own doctors, men who for many reasons are not permitted to practice medicine, but who, for a price, will extract a bullet or patch a cracked skull. That's why 5 days later I was waiting outside a grimy tenement building on the west side. It cost me $200 to learn this address, but I figured it was well worth it. It was about an hour later when the man walked down the tenement steps. His hat was pulled way down, but not far enough to conceal either his face or the white line of bandages under the hat. He was the man who'd started the nightclub fight. I held my blackjack in my hand as I stopped him. Hello, pal. How's your girlfriend these days? I thought he'd faint.
Don't hit me. I'm a sick man. You almost killed me the last time.
I'll finish it this time. I twirled the blackjack, let him hear its lethal whistle. What do you say? We can talk at police headquarters, or we can go to work right here.
I'll talk any place.
His name was Pete Terrell, and he worked as a dance hall bouncer, made extra money by beating people up on the side. He wasn't in on the actual murder, but he named the 3 men from Boston who'd hired him to start the nightclub fight that led to Sandy Purcell's murder. It was an old story. A guy who sells out a gang to another gang, then gets pushed off as useless. Sandy'd been threatening to talk unless he was taken care of. So they took care of him, though not as he expected. Terrell was lucky. He only got 5 years. Of the rest, 1 got the chair, 2 others life sentences. Like I said, it makes no difference who you are. When you step into a courtroom, all you get is justice. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. The Case of Deadly Devotion.
You have no idea how these old phonograph records take me back, Mr. St. Charles. Look, here's Dardanella, remember?
You select whatever you want to hear, Mrs. Post. The other club members will enjoy it, I know.
Honestly, I don't know when I've enjoyed myself so. Oh, here's the two black crows, my.
You do like it here, then? I mean at the Devotion Club?
Like it? Why, Mr. St. Charles...
Harry,
What? Oh, thank you. Do I enjoy it? Well, I think what you're doing here is simply wonderful.
I hope so. People our age, people in this flush of life, you might say, have a difficult time making new friends.
We don't here, I'll say that.
I'm glad you feel that way. You especially, Laura. The moment you came into my office, Is something wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry, but that man seems to be beckoning to you. There, that one near the door.
Near the door? Oh. Oh, yes, I see.
You know him? He doesn't look like one of the members.
What? Will you excuse me, my dear? I'll see what he wants.
Oh, don't worry about me, Harry. I'll pick up the records before the members start arriving.
You don't look glad to see me, Harry.
Nick, my boy.
Well, don't we shake hands, Harry? Back when we were cellmates, I thought we got to be pretty good friends.
Nick, you can't stay here. Look, my boy.
What do you mean, Cat? I'd quite a time looking you up, pal. Yeah, you got quite a layout here. What's the gimmick?
Look, I'll give you my address. I have a house.
No kidding.
We can talk later on, but please, Nick.
The Devotion Club, huh? What do? Get a lot of old dames in here and take them?
Don't say that. Really, you must go, Nick.
Go? Come off it, pal. We're buddies, remember? Coop in the same hatch back in stir.
Yes, I know, my boy, but...
Go! Why, you're flub-struck, Harry. I'm gonna stay.
I picked that information request out of the file, Chief, the one from St. Louis.
Oh, which one was that, Harrington?
A young punk named Oliver.
Oh.
Nick Oliver.
Oh, I saw that when it came through. He was released from prison out there, wasn't he?
That's right, Miss Miller. And from looking at his record, he's on his way back.
St. Louis thinks he's here in town?
That's the tip they got, Chief. For a bum like him, even when he's released, it pays to keep an eye on him.
Well, what is his record? I didn't read all the report.
Well, little Nick is quite a boy, it seems like. He's got an arrest record as long as you're armed.
And there's a charge against him now?
Well, they want to talk to him about a little accident, Chief. Seems the day he got out, a pal of his turned up with a hole in his head.
What?
That's right. Then it turns out the dead guy ratted on Nick in the first place. It was his testimony that sent him up.
And they didn't pick him up?
No, it happened in a little town outside of St. Louis, Chief. By the time the local boys notified the city, Nick was on his way.
And they think he's here?
Yeah, it looks that way. I've been doing a little checking up on him this morning.
Oh, any luck?
No, it's a little early, Chief. They're sending us his prison record, personnel report, all that. He's got some pals in town. Chances are he'll look him up.
Well, let's hope so. The St. Louis authorities have helped us a great deal in the past. I'd like to return the favor.
Oh, I'll find him, Chief. Bums like that always go in a pattern.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, that's one way you find a guy, Miss Miller. You study his habits. Find out what kind of bars he hung around in, what kind of people.
Uh-huh.
Get a line on him. You know, what kind of dames he goes for, whether he likes sports, drives a car, his clothes, anything.
Yes, the personnel report should contain most of that.
Sure, then as soon as we know what kind of a guy he is, we pass the word along to places where he might show up.
And then wait for a tip.
Tips help.
Isn't it strange criminals are so willing to turn each other in?
Well, it really isn't strange, Miss Miller. It's part of the criminal nature. Fear.
That's right. And when he turns a pal in, he feels safer for a little while.
You'd think they'd realize that someday they all get caught.
Yes, they do. That's the basis of the fear. Take this man Harrington's trying to find.
Nick Oliver?
Yes. Wherever he is right now, he's afraid. And why? Because he knows that sooner or later we'll get him.
And we will.
didn't realize you were here in my office.
I thought it better to wait in here, Harry.
I'm delighted. Have you been waiting long? There isn't much here to amuse you, I'm afraid.
It's quite all right. I was reading an article in this week's Collier's.
Oh?
It's most entertaining about Mr. District Attorney. You know, the radio program.
I'll have to read it. Sit down, my dear.
No, thank you.
You seem so formal, Laura. Is anything wrong?
Yes, Harry. A great deal.
I don't understand. I thought the dance last night was most enjoyable.
Who is that man, Harry?
A man?
I think you're evading me. I mean Mr. Oliver.
Nick? Why, he's an old friend, Laura. I told you that.
He's been here a week, Harry. Have you any idea how much the club has changed in that short time?
Changed? In what way?
Good heavens, are you blind? Do you realize that man encouraged the members to gamble? Yes, and to drink.
Now, Laura.
Oh, you needn't put your arm around me, Harry. I'm disgusted. I wrote my sister about it last night.
Now, Laura, listen to me. Perhaps you're right.
Perhaps. When that nice Mrs. Webster lost $43 playing dice.
As I say, Nick is impetuous. I shouldn't have permitted him to stay.
Oh, he's a very bad young man, in spite of that smile of his. I tell you, Harry, this has changed my opinion of everything.
Including us?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't made up my mind. There's something wrong here, Harry.
Laura, my dear, wait.
No, I'm going home now. I've had my say.
Home before the dance tonight?
I won't be at the dance, Harry. I'm not sure I shall return here at all.
But the money, I mean, you decided to do so much.
I have my doubts about that, too. Goodbye, Harry.
Harry, you think... Oh, sorry.
It's quite all right, Mr. Oliver. I was just leaving.
Laura, wait.
Thank you, no. Goodbye.
What's eating the old bag?
You fool, you blundering idiotic. Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm the fool, not you.
What's the trouble, pal? She looked pretty steamed up.
I was crazy to let you stay crazy.
Now, wait back on that again. I told you, Harry, you ain't got much choice.
I was getting along so well.
Yeah, well, now you're doing even better. And you can stop yakking about getting rid of me, Harry. Or do I tell these old crows where you and me met?
Dice tables, liquor in the punch, shakedowns. In heaven's name, Nick, what are you trying to pull?
Oh, I need plenty, pal. This is as good as any joint to get it from.
But I don't operate that way. I told you I play it slow.
Well, that's too bad. I play it fast. What was her name?
What?
The dame in the uproar just now.
It was Mrs. Post. Laura Post.
Well, if you can take the... Wait a minute. Is that the one?
The one what?
The dame you were building up for the big one. Sure it was. I remember the name.
She has $20,000 in convertible bonds.
She's got what?
I've worked on her for 3 months personally. And now it's all for nothing.
She was going to kick in 20 grand?
She was, even if I had to marry her.
Where'd she go, home?
I imagine so. She's washed up, though. You and your quick scheme scared her off.
Where does she live, Harry? Never mind, and get her from a membership.
You stay away from her. You think you could change her mind, you?
Change it?
You're why she pulled out. It's a wash-up, I tell you.
You know, you con boys give me a pain. 20 grand and you quit like a spoiled kid.
I know when a score is cold, Nick.
Yeah, well, I know when it's hot. 20 G's, Harry, my boy. That's plenty hot.
Now, where are you going?
Calling.
What?
You heard me. I'm calling on Mrs. Post.
Oh, come in, Harrington.
Yeah. I didn't want to bust in, Chief.
Oh, it's quite all right.
I just thought I'd bring you up to date on Nick Oliver.
Oh, the one they want in St. Louis?
That's my boy. Oh, I got a pile of dope on him. Brother, he's something.
Yeah?
Yeah, he started out when he was 13 years old. He stuck up a gas station, and when the attendant was slow with the money, little Nick hit him with a hammer.
No.
Oh, yeah, that's only the beginning, Miss Miller. The bum's record runs 6 full pages.
Any idea where he is now?
No, not yet, Chief, but I got a good lead.
Yes, what is it?
Well, a punk that looks like him hit town about a week ago. Men by bus from over the state line.
Do you think it's Nick?
Well, maybe, but I know this, Miss Miller. When a rip and tear man like that arrives, a lot of guys know about it. Yeah, and fast.
It's remarkably fast, usually.
That's the grapevine, Chief. And today they're saying there's a baby-faced guy like Nick in town.
Just a minute, I'm coming. Yes, just a moment. I'll turn on the porch light.
No need for that. I could see okay.
Now, see here. Just what the... Oh, you.
I got to talk to you, Mrs. Post. It's about something that happened at the club.
The devotion club?
Uh-huh.
I don't want to hear about it.
Let's sit down. How about in here?
Now, see here. I've said I don't want to discuss anything. Why, I'm getting ready for bed.
Now, this is important, Mrs. Post. It's for your own good.
For my own good? Whatever do you mean?
You and Harry?
I beg your pardon?
I told you it was important. Go on. Sit right down and relax.
Come to the point, please.
That's fair enough. Harry tells me you've got $20,000 laying around.
What do you want, Mr. Oliver, isn't it?
Nixon. And I want to tip you off, Mrs. Post. It's just a friendly gesture.
I think perhaps you'd better leave.
I'll play it straight with you. You take the dough and put it in a big, strong bank. You understand?
I'm sorry. I think all this is, well, to say the least, Mr. Oliver, none of your concern.
Yeah, sure hard to convince. Look, will you promise me one thing?
Hardly.
Yeah, well, first thing in the morning, take the dough and put it in the bank.
I never heard of anything like this in my life.
Is that too much to ask? Put it in the bank?
Very well. Suppose I promise you. Now will you go?
Be more definite. You'll put it in tomorrow?
Yes. Now will you please leave my house?
That's funny. And Harry said I wasn't smooth. That's a laugh.
Well, what do you mean?
Kid, you just told me the one thing I wanted to know.
What?
I had to be sure that dough's here, didn't I? Now, get it up.
Get it done?
Come on. Let's not waste time. Where do you keep it?
You get out of here.
Well, you listen to reason. I'm a busy man, baby. Get to the dough.
I don't believe it. I just don't.
Look, I got no time to fool around. If I have to, I'll hit this joint upside down.
But...
Get a man to take a few belts at you. Now get smart, will you? Just hand it over. Nice and easy.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Don't look so greedy at the phone. You reach for that and I'll break your little arm.
Do you realize what you're doing? Do you?
Yeah, I do. But you don't. I'm getting sore, sister, and that ain't good, you know.
I haven't got the money here.
You lie in your teeth. You just said so. Now get it up fast.
Mr. Oliver, listen.
Never mind the routine. I got one of my own.
You what?
How many rooms in this dump? 8? 9? I can go through them in an hour.
You wouldn't dare.
If I have to look for the scratch, that is. And you know something, baby? I just can't do a good job with you around Bob.
I don't understand.
Oh, it's simple. Either you hand over the dough like a good kid, or I'll kill you.
Kill me, you?
I'd have to, if I have to search for it. You see?
You've got a gun.
Oh, that's the flash of the week. Okay. Make up your mind.
Oh, please.
Where's the dough?
I don't know.
Oh, I'll be.
You shot me. Please.
Oh, you sure make it tough on yourself, sister. Yeah, and on me, too. Now I gotta tear this joint apart.
There's enough reporters out in that yard to cover a World Series.
Well, I don't wonder, Harrington. Mrs. Post is very prominent in this city.
If we're about ready to add up, Harrington.
Yeah?
Has Dr. Colgan finished?
Yes, just about, Chief. He fixes the time of death as between 9 and 11 last night.
That's right. Shot once at about 2 feet away.
What about the doors and windows? Did Brophy check?
Just finished, Chief. Every one of them closed and locked from the inside.
I see. How about inventory, Miss Miller?
Well, I've been trying to get somewhere on that. Her nearest relative is a sister, but she lives in Chicago.
Well, perhaps one of the neighbors can estimate what's missing for us.
Chief, there's one thing I don't like about this.
Yes, what's that?
Well, when the grocery kid discovered something was wrong this morning and called the patrolman,
yes,
it looked like a nice, neat case of robbery.
And?
I mean, everything's just like we've seen it many times before. The house all ransacked and the dame dead.
Yes, that's the impression at least. She probably resisted, and the burglar got panicky and shot.
Except for one thing.
What's that?
Well, just look around, Miss Miller. There's her purse with $10 still in it. There's a gold lighter on the table. Upstairs there's a hunk of jewelry on her dresser.
Yes, I saw that too. Say, take a look at that purse, Miss Miller.
All right.
This was a burglary. The guy sure passed up a lot of nice items.
Yes, it is strange. Still, if he were frightened after he shot, he might have run out.
Say, Chief.
Yes.
There's something odd.
In her purse?
Yes. Mrs. Post belonged to the Devotion Club Limited, whatever that is. Here's a membership card.
The Devotion Club?
Uh-huh.
Are you kidding?
Why, do you know anything about it, Harrington?
Well, sure I do. Well, maybe not that particular outfit, but I've heard that name.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those agencies that helps people meet other people.
Really?
Yeah, most of them are on the up and up, but sometimes they're not.
Yes, it's strange that a woman like Mrs. Post should belong to one. Put the card in your pocket, Harrington.
Right.
We may have to check that club.
I can drop around and ask a few questions.
Yes, do that. No need to arouse suspicion, however. Put a little gray on your temples, and you can drop around as a prospective member.
The cinch, Chief.
Well, let's hope the whole case is a cinch. Now, if you'll call Dr. Colgan, Miss Miller, we'll get to work. I've made everything clear, Mr. Harrison, was it?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. St. Charles.
You see, we don't take just anyone into our membership here. Only those we know to be sincere.
Oh, I'm sincere, all right. I've been wanting to meet people for a long time.
I see. You dance, do you?
Just a little. Back home, I never had much time for it.
And that was where, did you say?
Oh, I had a cattle ranch out west.
Did you indeed?
Yeah, I had 7,000 head at one time. Then when I made my file, well, I just quit.
Well, that was sensible, Mr. Harrison. We all work too hard in this life. Wear ourselves out.
You can say that again. From now on, Mr. St. Charles, I'm just going to spend my money and enjoy myself.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, well, could I get into your little club here, do you think?
Well, ordinarily, Mr. Harrison, I interview a candidate a number of times before we accept him.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Then, as I explained, we make every effort to see that you meet people of your own age and interests.
Suits me.
And you know, sir, you suit us.
I do.
You do. We'll dispense with the interviews, Mr. Harrison. You can meet the members tonight.
The neighbors mentioned, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not one thing's been taken from this house.
Well, it's difficult to understand, Miss Miller. Unless, of course, Mrs. Post kept a great deal of money someplace here on the premises.
Yes.
The neighbors would hardly know if it were missing or not.
Well, her sister might. I've got Dorothy back at the office trying to get through to her in Chicago.
Yes, that'll help. And perhaps Harrington will have some luck, too. Is he still out?
I guess so. He hasn't called back.
Mm-hmm.
He was going over to that club to see what he could find.
That's the door.
Yes, it's the mailman, I think. Do you want me to see?
Yes, will you?
Okay. Oh, thank you. I was right, Chief. Here's a magazine and one letter.
Oh?
It's postmarked, Chicago. It's a woman's handwriting, too, Chief, probably from her sister.
Here, may I look at it?
Of course.
I think I'll open it, Miss Miller. Under the circumstances, I can take the responsibility.
Oh, sure, Chief. Anything to help. I'll keep going on this inventory.
Right. Well, I'll be... Say, Miss Miller.
Yes?
This letter is remarkable. It may be just what we need.
Well, Chief, the guy's a phony from a way back. I could smell it all over him.
This Mr. St. Charles, you mean?
Yeah, Miss Miller. Slick as a whistle. Even if he's got nothing to do with Mrs. Post, we better break up that joint of his on general principles.
Yes, we had more reason than that to break it up, Harrington.
Yes?
Miss Miller and I had quite a day, too.
Oh, yeah. Anything look good?
Oh, yes, plenty. You're attending this dance at the club tonight, you said?
That's right. Starts at 9.
Well, all right, you be there then. And if you can, get St. Charles into his office. And here's what we're going to do.
I'm sorry, I'm busy. Nick, I thought I told you to stay away from me.
Can an old pal drop in to say goodbye, Harry?
I don't want anything to do with you.
You know, you con boys operate funny.
We don't get mixed up in a murder.
Oh, you heard about that, huh?
I read the papers.
Funny, I was even thinking of giving you part of the stash. You know, just for old time's sake.
You mean you got the money? All of it?
I'm leaving, ain't I? What's the answer to that?
But the paper said nothing was taken.
You read too much, Harry. Just like back in the cell blocks.
I had no idea. Why, sit down, Nick. No need to rush.
Oh, you kill me, you know. Now you're interested all of a sudden.
No, I'm not, Nick. I give you my word.
No kidding.
Look, I took in a new member today. He's loaded, Nick. Big cattleman from out west.
Well, take him, why don't you?
I intend to. Only you can help me, my boy. Think of it. We'll take him together.
Huh. You'll take the old dame's dough, you mean? No thanks, Harry. I'm shoving off.
Do you mind if I come in, Mr. St. Charles?
What? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Harrison. I'm busy just now. If you'll... Mr. Harrison...
This won't take long. Come right in, Laura.
I told you I'm very busy.
You.
Good Lord.
Hello, Harry.
For the love of...
Oh, what's the matter? You fellas look like you've seen a ghost.
I think they're surprised to see me.
They don't say.
What? Hey, I gotta get out of here.
No. Stick around, Sonny. You interest me. You know, I could swear I've seen your face before. Like on the St. Louis police posters.
Well, what's going on here?
Don't you remember? You came to my house last night.
No, I didn't. Laura, I can't believe it. The paper said you were dead.
Perhaps. Do you think so, Nick? Look at me.
No, don't come near me. Please don't. Nick, listen to me. She's dead, I tell you.
Really, Nick? Look again. Closer.
No. Harry, don't let her come near me. Mr. Harrison, please take her out of here.
Do you remember now, Nick, last night?
You're dead, I tell you. I was there. I saw you die.
That's what I'm waiting to hear, pal. All right, back up, both of you. This is a very touchy gun.
Mr. Harrison.
The name is Harrington, pal. Just stand still. Okay, Chief. Better stand back, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. I do feel a little faint.
Are we all set in here, Harrington?
Perfect, Chief. Nick just spilled the whole story.
Nick?
Yeah, and a little added touch, Chief. This is our St. Louis boy.
Oh.
Looks kind of pale right now.
Oh, Chief, the members are all waiting downstairs.
Yes, we'll go down and explain things to them in just a moment, Miss Miller.
Right.
Are you all right, Mrs. Rogers?
Yes, thank you.
Mrs. Rogers? What do you mean?
Hey, look, I don't get it.
We were very fortunate, gentlemen. I think you knew Mrs. Post had a sister in Chicago.
Sure, she said...
Well, this is Mrs. Post's sister. What you didn't know, however, is that she happens to be a twin, an identical twin.
District Attorney comes to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio.
Gangbusters, police, the G-men are government agents marching against the underworld.
Tonight, the case of the Wolverine. A shrinking, shadowy figure who stole out of the raging blizzards of the North Country to spread terror and destruction. That's tonight's Gangbusters.
Our picture setting is a special office turned over to Gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police for a proxy interview between Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, United States Army, and Tim Curran, former sheriff, Delta County, Michigan. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
I understand tonight's case has a very unusual setting, Sheriff Curran.
Yes, Mr. Schwarzkopf.
The desolate North Woods on the upper peninsula of the state of Michigan. And it was out of the swirling blizzards of this region that the criminal known as the Wolverine struck.
When I hear you mention blizzards, Colonel Schwarzkopf, my ears go right up.
Why, Frank?
Well, blizzards, cold, and rain make up what I call Sloan's liniment weather. And this winter, with fuel so carefully rationed, is going to make heavier demands than ever on your bottle of reliable Sloan's liniment. So be prepared, as families the world over have prepared themselves during the past 50 years. Always have a bottle of Sloan's liniment handy. Sloan's, you know, takes only a jiffy to apply, and usually brings you quick and comforting relief in almost no time at all. No painful rubbing or massaging. Just pat Sloan's on that sore place and relax for a few minutes. You'll actually feel Sloan's go to work like a heat treatment, which seems to soothe the tightness and tiredness right out of that aching muscle. Don't let winter catch you unprepared. Ask your favorite druggist for a bottle of Sloan's liniment tomorrow. And now, Colonel, what about the blizzard you were discussing?
Well, Sheriff Curran, where and when does the case of the Wolverine begin?
Late one cold winter's night near the town of Gross, Michigan.
A fur trapper, Pierre DeGan, and his dog trotted through the heavy snowdrift toward the shack of another isolated trapper, John Charles. It was beginning to snow heavily. A blizzard was setting in. But soon we warm up at Mr. Charles' place, huh? Ah, there she is, by there. She delights with the pantry. I bet Mr. Charles be surprised to see us after all this month. Come on, boy. Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles. You wouldn't go out and leave the lights on. Maybe something wrong. Look at that. The door is swinging open by itself. Come on, boy. We go in and see. Mr. Charles. Mr. Yes. Mr. Charles lying on the floor. Oh, good. His head all blood. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? I'm here. Run back up with your hand. Come up with your hand. What have you done to Mr. Charles? Shut up, Mutt. My Jupiter! You steal my dog! I'm killing you, too, for sticking your nose in here at the wrong time. I can die there with your dog.
Division, Northwest Canal, School and Railroad Station.
Fred, that's you?
Yes. Who are you talking to?
Here's the gun. Fred.
Yeah?
There is bad trouble. Mr. Charles has been beaten and robbed in his cabin.
What's that you say?
And the gunman, he killed my dog and tried to kill me.
Good luck. Pierre, you saw this gunman, did you? Was he a big fellow with a black mask and a green mask and all?
Yes, but now you know, Fred.
That's the same critter robbed me here at the station the other night. The Wolverine. Pulled about 10 robberies he did. Here, did you call Sheriff Tim?
Well, Sheriff Tim don't answer the telephone. That is why I call you.
Yeah, all right, Pierre. I'll get the sheriff quick. I'll call him back right now.
I won't put down that phone.
How did you get
Put it down.
The Wolverine.
You didn't expect me back again, did you? I want that cash box. That's just a little taste of what I'll give you. Get me the cash box.
Cash box.
There better be more money in it than last time. Not bad. Not bad at all. 9:30 Fred, right on time to pick me up. Now, Pop, you get yours.
Keep your hands off of me.
You gotta call that two-bit sheriff, eh? Here's what I think of sheriff. Sit down, Detective Ross. Been doing a little checking on some police reports.
Sheriff Tim, this case has me dead beat. You're right. No wonder they call him the Wolverine. Seems to have an animal's instinct to avoid every trap we've set.
Now, let's do a little reasoning, Detective Ross. The Wolverine is no stranger to these North Michigan woods.
Mm-hmm.
Notice his cunning in heading for the railroad tracks after he told us.
Yes.
It prevents our tracking his footprints through the snow. All he has to do is hop a freight. The trail is lost.
I certainly hope our new plan works, Sheriff Tim. Got so that people are afraid to go out nights, barricading their doors, thinking each sound they hear is the Wolverine stealing up on them.
If our first plan doesn't work for us, the second plan may. You know your assignment?
Yes, Sheriff. Stand guard at the North Escanaba Railroad Station every night.
Good. Chief Carswell will have men watching the other stations. It may take nights of watching, but this time, if the Wolverine returns, we'll be ready for him.
This railroad station's like an ice house. Probably warmer outside than in here. Be long after midnight. Made me jump. Didn't expect that thing to ring. Sheriff's the only one knows I'm here. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Well, who is it? Who is it?
I was just wondering, Detective Ross, if you were lonely down there at North Escanaba.
Who is it? Whoever you are, if you got anything to say, you better say it. Hello?
You should have been watching the railroad station up at Gladstone, Detective. I just dropped it. I thought I'd let you know.
Hello? Okay, brother, so the joke's on me, eh? Well, maybe not. You don't know about the other trap the sheriff set, and you've just swallowed it. Hook, line, and sinker.
This case gets more interesting all the time, Sheriff Cohen. I know our Gangbusters listeners are anxious to know what this second trap was.
I know that I, for one, am most interested in Colonel Schwartz's call, because I've been advising our Gangbusters audience for a long time to set a few traps of their own. Traps that will catch muscular aches and pains in time to prevent needless suffering. It's very simple. First, guard against overexertion, accidents, and overexposure to raw weather. Second, if muscular distress does strike, despite all your precautions, apply Sloan's liniment at once. Third, be prepared. Always have a bottle of Sloan's liniment on your medicine shelf. The sooner you pat on Sloan's liniment, the sooner you can expect the quick and comforting relief for which Sloan's is so famous. And how welcome that relief is to you men who come in stiff and sore from your jobs, or you youngsters with your football Charlie horses and roller skating bruises. Yes, even to you mothers, who often feel that a day's washing and cleaning seem to tie your muscles into knots. All you have to do is pat Sloan's on that aching back or stiff shoulder, and almost immediately you'll feel that gentle and penetrating warmth acting like a heat treatment to smooth out the kinks and miseries in those painful muscles. Remember, it's best to be prepared. Ask your druggist for Sloan's liniment next time you're shopping in his store. Well, Colonel, that's the kind of trap I've been setting. What about the trap we hope is going to close on the Wolverine?
Well, Sherlock, you told us how the Wolverine robbed the railroad station at Gladstone, Michigan, while the authorities were guarding the station at North Escanaba. But without knowing it, the Wolverine fell into a carefully set police trap, Colonel Shortstaff. It took a little while for the trap to develop. But 3 days later, it was beginning to close. In Nick's small lunchroom on Main Street in Escanaba, Michigan, at exactly 14 minutes to 8 in the morning.
Hey, Nick, how about a check for the food? Let me get out of here.
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Payne. Let's see. You went to 60, 70, 85 cents, Mr. Payne.
Okay, Nick. Here's $1. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you.
So long.
Goodbye. He's a very fine man, P.A. Hey, you want any more coffee, P.A.?
Who is that, Nick?
Oh, that was a Joe Payne. And do you know him, P.A.?
Oh. No. But seemed like I heard that voice someplace.
Oh, monsieur. So Mr. Payne used to live in Escanaba from 3 years ago, Pierre. But he moved out west to buy a ranch. Now he come back for a little while. I wish I had his money. If I had one of Mr. Payne's money, Pierre, I wouldn't slave in a lunch cart like this.
No wonder you don't have his money, Nick. Look what you are doing.
Oh, what am I doing? Send the money here. What do you know? I roll up a dollar bill again with a paper napkin and throw it away. That's a good one out of me, all right. Throwing away $1 bills. I better put it in the cash register. That's a good one. Me throw $1 bill away.
Then, at 9 o'clock that night, Colonel,
I'm so excited, Chief Croswell. I rushed right over here to your police office. Chief Croswell, don't you see? This $1 bill that I make a mistake about and roll up into my napkin. She's the one that stole the money from Gladstone Railroad Station. There's the mark on the front of it, like you want on the stocking.
Now, easy, Nick. Calm down.
Yeah.
This is one of the marked bills, all right, but, Nick, when the Wolverine robbed the Gladstone station, he had no idea he was stealing marked money.
Oh.
But he was. He had every bill in the Gladstone station marked. And this $1 bill certainly has our marking on it.
Well, when you told me, Chief Croswell, to watch all the bills for that little mark on it, I'll do it. I see the mark on that $1.
You say it was your parent who gave you this $1, Nick?
Absolutely, Chief Croswell. Positively, without a more perfection. This morning in my lunchroom, he gave it to me. I remember well, I started to roll it up into my napkin and throw it away, but Pierre the guy who was there, he saw me almost to throw it away.
I wonder where the parents got it. I know his parents back in town, Nick. I understand you bought a ranch out west.
Monsieur, but I ain't saying that Mr. Payne stole this money, Chief Croswell. I'm just saying that Mr. Payne gave it to me. Maybe somebody else gave it to Mr. Payne.
Well, you did a good job spotting it, Nick. It's the first mark bill. It's turned up.
Pretty good eyes to feel all the man, eh? When I give it to my cash register, I get so excited, I knock over 2 ketchup about it.
Yeah, well, I know the hotel Mr. Payne's stopping at. Think I'll drop over there and see what he can tell me about this $1 bill. Yes? Who is it? Police Chief Croswell. Police? Oh, just a minute. Hello, Mr. Payne. I heard you were back in town. I was wondering if you had any idea where you picked it up.
Oh, I see. Where I picked it up.
Yeah.
I know it, Chief. I'm afraid I can't help you. I might have gotten it anywhere.
Well, can you think where you changed any bills? You may even have more than the marked money on you. Take a look in your wallet.
My wallet?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I have it right here in my back pocket.
Hey. What's the idea of that gun, Parent?
As I didn't know, copper. Stand around and watch out that closet in the corner. Come on.
Oh. You're the Wolverine.
Move or I'll plug you.
Yeah. I know you will.
Pretty clever marking that money, Chief. But I won't help you now. Open that closet door, Chief. Now get it. What? Oh, can't your arm the door will close, eh? I'll fix your arm. I'll fight you. Now, wise guy. Nuts, I forgot his gun. I better
No, you don't, Terrence. Tell me you're a shoot. Going right through that balcony window.
A quick search of the alley, Colonel, showed where Parent had landed. There were blood stains in the snow. Chief Croswell, following the stains and seeing that they led toward the railroad tracks, hurried back to headquarters and rounded up all available men.
All right, men. Now get lanterns and flashlights. Blood stains leading toward the tracks. I checked for the railroad, and there's no train passing through. This time we got the Wolverine in the open. Now, Jim, you be ready to swear in more deputies. We need them. I'll let you know. Right, you, sir. Okay, men. Everyone set? I will spread out and cover the railroad tracks. Come on, let's go.
The trail led along the railroad for half a mile, Colonel, and then branched off into heavy brush and woodland, where the buncher was lost. Then, just before midnight, a report came that footprints, evidently apparent, had been seen entering the forest 4 miles to the east. Chief Croswell and Pierre Began, whose dog Parent had killed, and who since had been deputized, were nearest the spot and picked up the trail. It was 18 below zero. Snow falling heavily.
Chief Croswell, this nose is falling so fast, he's flat out Parent's footmark.
Well, we gotta hurry, Pierre. Looks like he's heading for Big Place Lake and the railroad beyond. You're the best trapper in the state, Pierre. If anybody can trail him, you can.
But we got to be careful, Chief Croswell. So may wait in ambush and kill before we see him.
Stop. Huh? Something moving over there by those bushes.
That is just another of those squares that is, they ever bunch together in wolf packs, Chief Croswell. We be in one tough spot.
Yeah. Well, let's go on.
That's pretty clear. What color?
Stop. There is something up ahead this time.
A shack just back of the street.
That's probably why Parent headed this way. To get to that track, out of the wind. We sneak up to that side window. Careful now.
See anything?
Well, looks empty inside.
We'll try the door.
My leg! Something bad happened. That's right. Let's go. My leg is broke. The devil is dreadful going right into my leg. Oh, stay here. I'll see if I can tie the trap. Open. It's open a little. Can you pull your leg out? Yes. Little big boy, please. Yes. That's not here. The leg's ripped to pieces.
The devil belongs at the trap. Baron knew he was running in. He set the trap in front of the door.
Get your arm around my neck. I'll have you inside the shack.
Mr. Larry, he will get away.
Well, I've got to fix you first here. You'll die if I leave you here.
If he snows, he will block out our strength, Chief Croswell. He will get away.
Well, I'm afraid of that, but right now it's your life we got to worry about. Come on, put your arm around me.
That was a very unusual accident, Sheriff Kern. The police actually being stopped by a bear trap.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. And it enabled Parent to escape. Alarms were flashed out, and late the next day, word came that a man answering Parent's description had been seen near the railroad station at Champion. Sheriff Kim and Detective Ross left for Champion immediately.
Well, Sheriff Kim, I guess there's no sense hanging around this railroad station any longer. Dad must have beat us when he saw the station agent and spotted him.
Yeah. What I'm afraid of, Detective Ross, is that Dad will hop a train and head for the Canadian border.
There are no more trains out of here tonight, Sheriff.
Now, what there is a 10:30 train leaves from over at Astoria tonight.
Sheriff Kim, we should never get over there in time. It's 5 after 10 now, and Astoria is 11 miles away.
We've got to make it in time.
But how?
There's only one possible way. See out there on the railroad siding?
The handcar trail, Kim?
Yes. That's our only chance.
We've got to pump that handcar and get in Astoria before the train does. Holy smoke. Come on, there's no time to lose. Every second counts. Thank you, Detective Ross. This is the first time I've ever pumped a handcar, Sheriff Tim. My hand's broke. Keep pumping. That night is supposed to be catching up on us any minute now. I've gone after criminals a good many ways, but never before on a handcar. If the train overtakes us while we're on this transfer with it, some, Sheriff. Faster. Good Lord, it's coming now. We haven't a chance. We've got to get across this trestle. Stopping. We can't make it. We're almost there. I can see the engine lights right back of us. There, we did it. Slow out. I've got to dump this hand car off the tracks so the train will be right. Come on. Look. All right. Put your off a bit further. Now run for the railroad station in time. All right. What's that now, Ross? People are getting on. Is he fine? Oh, no, not yet, sir. Wait. There he is. Where? Near that woman with the suitcase. What now? He's right back of her. Yes, and we got to get him before he can use his gun. But they put him on a cap with her, too. Stand still. He's looking this way. He sees us. Come on. Arrest him. Go, Sheriff. He's pulling his gun. Now you're not. Stop that terrible man. I'll kill you. Don't. I'll get it on, Ross. Put the cuff on him. All right. There you go. Now, Ross. All right, you Sheriff. Now I have. Another juggulated kid. Hopping trains was always part of your scheme, Parrot. Well, this is one train you're missing. Come on. You're going in the opposite direction. Sheriff Kern, the police did a remarkable job in ending the menace of the Wolverine. Thank you for telling us this case.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. This apparent had proved one of the most elusive and wily criminals. But today, this apparent is behind bars at the Marquette State Prison in Michigan.
Well, that certainly was quick thinking on the part of Sheriff Kim and Detective Ross in using that handcar to cut off Barron's escape.
I was just going to mention that, Colonel Schwarzkopf. But when Detective Ross complained a few seconds ago that his back was half broke with working the handcar, it brought to my mind the many letters we've received from regular railroad men applauding Sloan's liniment. And praise from them is praise indeed. Yes, Sloan's liniment helps to save many an hour's work that might otherwise be lost. And these days, when every pair of hands count, that's important. And that's the reason so many men make sure to keep a bottle of Sloan's liniment on the job with them, as well as on the medicine shelf at home. Because Sloan's is the pat-on liniment. All you need is a few minutes during a rest period or your lunch hour to apply it to that sore and aching muscle. Like a heat treatment, Sloan's will be helping to bring you quick and comforting relief while you work. Just pat Sloan's on. That's all there is to it. So tonight or tomorrow, on your way home from work, drop in at the convenient drugstore and get a bottle of dependable Sloan's liniment to keep in your locker. You'll find Sloan a real friend in need when you want relief in a hurry. And now, Gangbusters presents its nationwide clues of criminals still at large.
Wanted for questioning, murder, man described as 70, about 5 feet 8 inches, 160 pounds, thinning gray hair, parted left side, thinning gray hair, parted left side, gray-brown eyes, with prominent crow's feet, gray-brown eyes with prominent crow's feet, no teeth,
refers to himself as yours truly, man of 70, gray hair parted on left side, crow's feet around eyes, refers to himself as yours truly, man fitting this description, sought for questioning concerning murder by Sheriff's Office, Port Orchard, Washington. Charged with bank robbery, George Thompson, 32, 6 feet 1/4 inch, 155 pounds, hair dark, combed back, long nose, deformed, slopes to right side, long nose, deformed, slopes to right side, long neck with prominent Adam's apple, long neck with prominent Adam's apple, large hands, walks very erect, never wears hat, likes to play cards, never wears hat, likes to play cards, man, 32, tall, slim, nose sloping to right, long neck with prominent Adam's apple, man fitting this description, wanted for questioning, bank robbery, Katona, New York. Charged with violation, National Motor Vehicle Theft Act, Edward Hendrickson, 42, 5 feet 9 inches, 165 pounds, heavy black hair, dark eyes, scar over right eye, scar right cheek, scar left front chin, mole left cheek, nose turns up at end, gold capped upper front tooth, tip left index finger amputated, neat dresser, likes to play golf, bridge.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. And now here's what Philip H. Lord has planned for next week. Gangbusters, friends, for Sloan's Liniment next week, we're going to take you behind the scenes as a modern police department unravels a series of baffling incidents. Learn how the police found a paper matchbox, an umbrella, and an antifreeze tag. Hear how these small articles set the police on the trail of an infamous gang and the startling climax. You won't want to miss 1 second of next week's gripping Sloan's Liniment presentation of Gangbusters. Gangbusters is a Philip H. Lord production which has originated in New York.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation, now heard on 1,000 radio stations. Proudly we hail. Yes, Proudly We Hail, starring Helen Walker in No Room for Divorce, a United States Army and United States Air Force presentation. And now here is your host, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to your Theater of Stars, Proudly We Hail. Our star today, Helen Walker, has already won her spurs as one of the fine young dramatic actresses of Hollywood. But here on Proudly We Hail, we've proof of Miss Walker's versatility as we present her in a gay comedy, No Room for Divorce. Miss Walker plays the role of Barbara Dempsey, a young woman who can't overlook the shortcomings of her husband until she comes face to face with the shortcomings of her friends. The curtain for Act 1 in a moment, but first, these brief words from Wendell Niles.
Mr. and Mrs. America, let's think about your regular Army and U.S. Air Force for a minute. Your soldiers and airmen are above average, intelligent young Americans. They are ambitious. They're anxious for and receiving a rounded education. They are taking vocational training, and they are engaged in a worthy career, that of making the world a safe place to live in for themselves and for you. Give them your support. Now, once again at the microphone, our producer.
And now, Act One of No Room for Divorce, starring Helen Walker as Barbara Dempsey. This is the story of Barbara and Bill Dempsey. When Bill finished his job in service, he found Barbara waiting for him just outside the separation center. And according to Barbara, she spent the next 18 months waiting for Bill to get time off from his next job, building houses without materials. But Bill didn't get time off. So now they're in another separation center, the divorce court.
Next case, Dempsey versus Dempsey. Are they here?
I'm here, Your Honor.
So am I, Your Honor. But this whole thing is ridiculous. There's absolutely no reason why Barbara, that is Mrs. Dempsey, and I should be in a divorce court.
It certainly is, Your Honor.
There is not.
There is.
Remember me, the judge?
Naturally, Your Honor.
Good. Because I'm the one who's going to decide whether or not you should be in a divorce court. Now, just why do you think you should have a divorce, Mrs. Dempsey?
Because Bill, that's Mr. Dempsey, doesn't love me anymore.
Oh, she's out of her mind, Your Honor. I'm crazy about it.
Then why doesn't he ever act like it, Your Honor? Why doesn't he ever take me anywhere? Is he ashamed of me?
Why don't you ever take Mrs. Dempsey anywhere, Mr. Dempsey?
Because I don't have the time, Your Honor. After I get through looking for materials and then go to the office and do some figuring, it's too late to go anywhere, so...
So we just sit.
I don't mind it.
What business are you in, Mr. Dempsey?
I'm a building contractor, Your Honor.
Did you say building contractor?
That's right, Your Honor.
You know where I can get a house?
Well, not right at the moment, but every once in a while I run into something.
Your Honor, is this a divorce court or a real estate office?
Now, see here, young woman, don't tell me how to run my business.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You ought to be. Is this a divorce court or a real estate office? If this was a real estate office, do you think I'd be sleeping in the cell block?
You're sleeping in the cell block, Your Honor?
You heard me. Had to suspend 3 sentences last week to keep from getting crowded out of my cell.
This is all very interesting, Your Honor, but I'd rather talk about my divorce. When do I get it?
Not for 30 days at least. I don't believe in divorces myself, and that'll give you a chance to patch things up.
I'm not interested in patching things up.
Well, I am.
And so am I. And that's a court order, Mrs. Dempsey.
Oh. Well, do I get the apartment while we're waiting?
Certainly. It's customary for the woman...
Oh, now, Judge, if Mrs. Dempsey gets the apartment, where will I live?
You can stay in the cell block with the judge.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Mrs. Dempsey. I've got 2 bailiffs and a court reporter rooming with me now.
Anyway, Judge, if I have to leave the apartment, how are Mrs. Dempsey and I going to patch things up?
You're absolutely right. I'm going to reverse myself, Mrs. Dempsey. Mr. Dempsey can use the apartment, too.
But, Your Honor...
That's another court order, Mrs. Dempsey. Judgment withheld for 30 days. Try and make up.
Oh, gosh, baby, you had me worried when you tried to get the judge to kick me out of the apartment.
Well, I hope you'll be very happy here.
Well, I'll be happy any place if you're with me.
Well, then get happy in a hurry, because I won't be with you long.
Uh-huh. Oh, now, Barbara...
You didn't order me to stay in the apartment with you, and I'm not going to. I'm going to stay with Ellen and Jack Janis.
Well, who are they?
She's my best friend. But, of course, you wouldn't know any of my friends.
Oh, now, that isn't fair, Barbara. Hey, wait a minute. I want to talk to you.
Well, then talk to me while I'm packing.
Packing? Oh, you're not serious about this. About leaving right now.
I was never so serious about anything in my life.
Look, baby, if you'll just relax, I promise I'll do anything.
Promise. When we were married, you promised to love me.
I adore you.
Oh, no, you don't. Well, don't just stand there. Help me close this bag.
Please, Barbara, listen to me. I don't want you to go. I love you. I need
Will
you.
you please get out of my way?
Oh, but darling...
Can't you see I'm trying to use the phone? Hello? Will you please call a taxi for apartment 307? Thank you.
Please, Barbara, forget this, won't you?
No, Bill. My mind's made up, and nothing in the world will stop me from going to live with Ellen. And that must be the taxi now.
Oh, not this fast. Please.
Telegram. Right here. Oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Mrs. William Dempsey.
What's so funny?
The telegram. It isn't for me. It's for you, from your friend Ellen, the gal you were going to live with.
What do you mean, the girl I was going to live with?
Well, listen to this. Mrs. William Dempsey is over. Landlord has sold our house, being evicted today. Jack and I are coming to live with you until we can find another house. I'd do the same for you. Love, Ellen. Oh, brother, does that... that certainly lousens up your plans.
Not particularly.
Huh?
I was only leaving because I refused to live alone with you for the next 30 days. With Jack and Ellen here, I'll have plenty of company. In fact, you may wish I'd gone to live with them instead.
You know, Barbara, I've been doing a lot of thinking. And, well, when do you expect your friend and her husband to arrive?
Probably tomorrow.
Well, maybe I could find a room for them somewhere, and we could go
If you can find a room for them, you can find a room for yourself. And I'll go right back to the judge and tell him so. He was going to give me the apartment in the first place, you know.
Yeah. It's going to be awfully crowded. 4 adults in 1-bedroom apartment.
Oh, Ellen and her husband and I won't mind. We usually see eye to eye on things.
Well, that's what I had in mind. If any argument comes up, it'll be ducky. 3-1.
I thought of that.
Well, if they're going to move in on us, they'll have to pay their share of everything.
They will not. They're my guests.
Guests? They send you a wire saying they're moving in, and they're guests?
I was going to move in on them.
No, but you didn't.
Well, I intended to.
Hello? Yeah? Speaking. Harry Randolph. Well, where are you? Well, come on up. Apartment 307. Yeah, boy, will I be glad to see you.
Who is that?
Harry Randolph, a guy I flew with in Europe. Oh, what a guy.
Where's he calling from?
The lobby. He'll be right up. Oh, yes, I almost slipped my mind. He'll be staying with us for a few days.
Don't be idiotic. Where could we possibly put him?
Well, I don't know, but if there's room for 4, there must be room for 5. Besides, it'll make 3-2.
Well, why can't he stay at a hotel or a motel or something?
Oh, why can't you operate?
Because they're my friends, but that's no reason why you...
Well, it's a good enough reason for me. Anyway, you'll like Harry. Women are nuts about him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, English, French, Belgian, Dutch. Well, I could have set up a harem with just his overflow. Well, if I hadn't been married, of course.
Of course. What did you say his name is?
Harry. Harry Randolph.
It's a nice name.
Hey, what are you up to now?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering if maybe I couldn't change your odds from 3-2 to 4-1.
Oh, now, look, Barbara, don't get any funny ideas about Harry. He's dynamite.
Sounds more interesting every minute. Maybe I can be his little fuse.
Oh, please, Barbara. Now, look, he's my friend and all that, but just the same, I don't want you to...
You better answer the door before your friend breaks it down.
Will you promise?
I'll promise nothing. Open the door, Bill. Here.
Oh, Bill, you're a lifesaver. Yeah. Come on in, Harry.
Oh, gosh, I was really snafu'd until I thought of you. I've tried every hotel in this town. Is this your wife?
Uh-huh. Barbara, this is Harry Randolph.
How do you do, Mr. Randolph?
Oh, please call me Harry.
All right. Harry.
That's better. I wanted to think of you as Barbara, not as Mrs. Bill Dempsey.
Well, that's an interesting thought.
Yeah, I can see now why Bill always stayed in his quarters at night instead of going out on the town with the rest of us.
Oh, did he?
Look, Harry, wouldn't you like some wine or something?
Oh, later maybe, Bill. Right now I'll get enough stimulation just looking at Barbara.
Why, Harry, Bill doesn't ever say nice things like that to me, do you, Bill?
You wouldn't believe them if I did. How long are you planning on staying, Harry?
Bill, what a thing to ask. Harry just got here, and well, I hope he'll be staying with us for some time.
Wild horses couldn't drag me away, Barbara. As a matter of fact, I was only planning on staying overnight, but now that I've seen the attractions, I think I'll stay for a few days anyway.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Bill?
Yeah, just dandy.
Oh, you're a lucky dog, Bill. A good job, an apartment, happily married, and... Bill, what's the matter, Bill? What are you choking about?
No, nothing. I was just thinking the same thing.
Oh. Oh, home of your own. A little love nest where you can get away from the world, lock the doors.
And find the world's moved in with you.
Huh?
Don't mind Bill, Harry. He has a lot on his mind these days.
Oh.
In fact, we haven't had a chance to go out together for 6 months. That is until this morning.
Well, I've been awfully busy, Harry. You know how it is. When a job has to be done, it has to be done. As a consequence, I haven't been able to devote as much time to Barbara as I'd like to, and...
Oh, I know.
I thought you'd understand.
Perfectly. Well, maybe my coming here was a favor to you after all.
What do you mean?
Well, when you're out on the job or having to work late at the office, I can squire Barbara around and take that responsibility off your hands.
Oh.
What do you say, Barbara?
Well, it sounds like dynamite to me. What do you think, Bill?
Pause briefly from our story, No Room for Divorce, starring Helen Walker, to bring you an important message.
Veterans, do you ever have a yearning to be back with your old outfit? If you have, here's your chance. 8 well-known Army units now in the United States are looking for men with previous military experience, men of all branches. If you have served abroad since September 1st, 1945, you can enlist directly for one of the following outfits: the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 9th Infantry Divisions, the 2nd and 3rd Armored, the 82nd Airborne, and the 2nd Engineer Special Brigade. Yes, sir, yours for the asking. And a good soldier will be guaranteed at least 3 years with the unit he has chosen. Let me give you those names again: the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 9th Infantry Divisions, 2nd and 3rd Armored, 82nd Airborne, and the 2nd Engineer Special Brigade. There's a good chance you can enlist in non-commissioned grade, too. Stop by at your local Army recruiting station tomorrow for the details.
And now, Act 2 of No Room for Divorce, starring Helen Walker as Barbara Dempsey. It's a week later in the lives of Barbara and Bill Dempsey. A week spent sleeping on the floor while their 3 uninvited guests occupied their bedroom and the apartment's lone day bed. Right now, Bill and Barbara are closeted in the kitchen, where they can privately discuss the situation which has, temporarily at least, made them forget their quarrel.
So help me, Barbara, I'm getting so that I hate the thought of bedtime.
You aren't telling me a thing. I'm probably the only woman in the world who has housemaid me all over.
I wake up in the morning feeling worse than I did when I went to sleep.
I know. I love Ellen dearly, but I do think she and Jack should let us have an occasional night's sleep in our own bed.
Well, she could sleep in the day bed and let Harry try the floor for a change.
I wish I knew how to broach the subject.
And of course, we could come right out and tell him that we'd like our beds back.
Well, maybe we could hint at it. I wouldn't want to do anything that seemed inhospitable or that might hurt Ellen's feelings. You know, she's terribly sensitive.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Well, come on, let's try. But be careful of Ellen's feelings. Hello, Ellen.
Hello. And here are the little lovebirds. What little surprise have you thought up for us now?
Well, it isn't exactly a surprise, Ellen.
Oh, I was hoping that you might have thought of a new place to take us. I'm really getting awfully tired of this apartment.
Well, great. I mean, you are?
Are you thinking of leaving? That is, have you found an apartment?
Oh, goodness, no. There's really no point in looking, is there, Jack?
Huh? Oh, sorry, I was reading the paper.
I said there was no point in looking for another apartment.
Oh, gosh, no. Matter of fact, I kind of like it here.
Mm-hmm.
We're certainly glad to hear that, aren't we, Barbara?
Yes. Ellen?
Yes?
Well, Bill and I were just talking about the sleeping arrangements, and we were wondering
such a mind at ease, dear. Those beds aren't the most comfortable in the world, but Jack and I feel that under the circumstances we shouldn't complain.
Oh. Well, that isn't exactly what Barbara meant, Ellen. She and I have been sleeping on the floor.
Oh, I know. Doctors say it's so good for the spine. I wish I could do it.
Oh, well, wouldn't you like to try?
Oh, goodness, no. Well, I'd probably get so stiff I couldn't get up in the morning. Anyway, if I slept on the floor, Jack would have to sleep on the floor, and he'd never consent to that. Would you, Jack?
Huh? Oh, sorry, I was reading the paper.
I said you'd never consent to sleeping on the floor, would you?
Certainly not. Nobody but an idiot would sleep on the floor.
Bill and I've been doing it for a week.
Sure, and look at you. You both look as though you've been run through a ringer. No, thanks. I'll take my sleep in bed.
Look, there seems to be some misunderstanding here. I can see right now that you're both very sensitive, and I wouldn't want to say anything that might injure your delicate sensibilities. But Barbara and I are trying to hint that maybe it would be a little fairer if she and I get a chance to sleep in our own bed.
Just every other night.
Why, Barbara Dempsey, I never heard of such a thing. Jack, did you hear that?
Huh? Sorry, I was reading the paper.
Barbara wants to make us sleep on the floor.
No.
Oh, really, Barbara? If I had heard this with my own ears, I'd never believed it. How can you be so inhospitable to me?
Now, please, Ellen, we didn't mean to be inhospitable.
Well, if you have to have a bed, why don't you make Bill's no good friend give up the day bed?
Oh, by the way, where is Harry?
He went out to get a sandwich.
Oh, please, Ellen, I was trying to explain. You see, Bill has to go to work every day, and I have to get up and get his breakfast, and well, we need a little sleep.
Oh, how do you think we can sleep out here with you and Bill wandering around early in the morning? You know that Jack doesn't like to get up before noon, do you, Jack?
Huh? Sorry, I was reading the paper.
I said you don't like to get up before noon, do you?
Heck no. Why should I? I'm not working.
There, you see, Barbara.
See what?
Well, it's absolutely impossible for us to move out of the bedroom.
Why, of all the brass-bound double-edged
Bill,
sword.
besides, if you two weren't fighting, the day bed would be plenty big enough for you. Jack and I didn't need twin beds when we were...
Bill, whatever you were thinking of doing, don't. We can't afford a lawsuit.
I wouldn't hurt him much.
Come on back in the kitchen. I want to talk to you.
Hi, Ellen. Jack.
Hi, Harry.
Where's our host and hostess?
In the kitchen. They've been there for hours.
Oh, what's up? Well, you two don't look very happy.
We've been insulted. Barbara and Bill want us to sleep on the floor and let them sleep in the twin beds.
Oh, is that what they're talking about out in the kitchen?
I don't know. They're so sneaky, they won't talk loud enough for me to hear. Even with my ear against the keyhole.
I think they're cooking up a deal to throw us all out.
Oh, Bill wouldn't do anything like that.
Oh, wouldn't he? If Barbara hadn't hauled him into the kitchen when she did, I'm afraid he'd try to throw us all out bodily. Of course, he couldn't have done it.
Well, he couldn't have. Don't kid yourself, Jackson. I've seen my little playmate get mad before. If he's in that kind of a mood, we're all going to find ourselves out in the street.
Oh, but we have no place else to go.
Well, you might call him in here and tell him that you've thought it over and decided to give them back their bed.
Oh, never. Yes, those beds rightfully belong to us. And I don't intend to sacrifice my principles just because some bully wants his bed back.
Well, I have an idea that might work.
Well, I'll try anything as long as it permits Jack and me to keep our bed.
Well, you know, when I arrived here, it seemed to me that Bill and Barbara had been fighting.
They had. Barbara was all ready to divorce Bill.
And now they're on good terms again, huh?
Yeah.
All right, now, if we could split them up again, they'd probably be so busy fighting with each other, they'd forget all about us.
Oh, Harry. You darling boy. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Oh, Jack. Why don't you ever think of things like that?
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading the paper.
We're going to split up Barbara and Bill. Then we won't have to give up our beds.
Hey, that's a good idea. What do you want me to do?
Well, if we can make Bill act jealous about some perfectly innocent thing, Barbara will never forgive him.
Yes?
Yeah, we'll do it this way. Now, tomorrow, after Bill has gone to work, I'll take Barbara out for a ride in Bill's car.
Yeah?
See? Then you call him at his office. Hello, Dempsey Construction Company. We can't get any materials.
Bill? This is Ellen.
What's wrong now? Find a lump in your mashed potatoes?
You funny boy.
What do you want, Ellen? I'm busy.
Well, I hardly know how to say this, Bill. In fact, if Barbara was my very dearest friend in the world, I would mention it. But...
You see a chance to cut her throat, so you will. I'm not interested in any gossip, Ellen.
Oh, you would be if you'd seen the way she and Harry were looking at each other when they left here to go for a drive in the country.
What was that?
I thought you'd be interested. Harry Randolph and Barbara have gone on a picnic in the country. They swore us to secrecy, but Jack and I decided as long as we were guests in your house, we owed it to them to tell you all about it.
Yeah. I warned Barbara about that wolf.
What are you going to do about it, Bill?
Well, I don't know yet, but I'll think of something before I get home. Where are they, Ellen?
Oh, well, they won't be back for hours, Bill. Aren't you home early?
Well, you know I am. I couldn't concentrate on anything after you
Oh,
called.
by the way, Bill, I've been meaning to give you this money.
Money for what?
Well, call it rent. After all, we have taken your bedroom, and, well, here.
Well, let's talk about it some other time, Jack. Right now, I have something a lot more important than money on my mind.
Well, just give me a receipt for this. I've made it out. All you have to do is sign it.
Okay, but I really don't care at this time. There. Does that make you happy?
More than you know, Bill. More than you know.
Look, when Barbara and Harry return, Jack, I wish that you and Ellen would go out for a few minutes. There's going to be an awful blow-up, and I don't want any innocent bystanders getting hurt.
I don't blame you a bit, Bill. Barbara's my very best friend, but any wife who would do such a thing, I just...
When Bill comes home, I'm going to tell him.
You don't need to tell me. I'm here, and I know all about it.
Oh, Bill, no, you don't, Bill. Listen, Harry asked me to go on a picnic with him today.
I know that.
I didn't want to go because you told me he was such a wolf, but Ellen and Jack insisted it'd be perfectly all right, and then...
What was that about Ellen and Jack?
Well, they insisted it'd be perfectly all right. After all, Harry's a friend of yours, and I...
So, Ellen,
I didn't know
you insisted that Barbara go out with Harry and then called me up and told me she was sneaking off with him.
Bill, they didn't.
Yes, they did. And now, Barbara, if you'll just step back out of the way, I'm going to throw them out of here so hard they'll bounce.
Don't forget Harry. He tried to kiss me. Don't worry about me. I'm on my way.
But don't get funny with me, Bill. You can't throw me out of here.
I can't. We'll see about that.
If you do, I'll get a court order and come right back.
A court order to come back in my home?
Our home. I was afraid you might get a little excited if things didn't work out just right. So just to be on the safe side, I paid you my share of the rent and got a receipt.
So what?
So, the law governing housing won't let you throw me out. We're here for at least 3 months.
Do Mr. and Mrs. William Dempsey still live here?
Yes?
I'm Judge Brown. I haven't heard from you folks in over a year, and
Oh, but Judge, won't you come in?
Thanks, I don't mind if I do.
Mr. Dempsey will be out in a minute.
I hadn't heard from you folks in over a year, so I figured you'd patch things up all right. But I just wanted to check up and make sure.
Well, thank you, Judge. Everything's wonderful now, although it was pretty hectic a few months ago.
Has Mr. Dempsey been able to find a house for me yet? Had a jailbreak the other night, and that cell block's drafty as the dickens.
Oh, I can imagine.
Nice little place you've got here. Don't suppose you'd consider taking in a roomer, would you?
I'm afraid not, Judge. As a matter of fact, there are 2 more living here now than there were when we went to court.
Friends?
Well, in a way. Twins.
Barbara!
Yes, Bill?
Come in here, will you?
Oh, what's the matter?
I put the twins down on our beds to change them, and...
Yes?
We're going to have to sleep on the floor again tonight.
Curtain falls in the final act of No Room for Divorce. Our star, Helen Walker, will return for a curtain call after this timely message from Wendell Niles.
There's plenty of opportunity for you high school graduates these days. And here is one of the best offers you'll have. I mean the Air Force Aviation Career Plan, through which you can choose the type of aviation training you want. Yes, I said choose. You can select one of more than 40 different phases of Air Force training, and if you qualify, you're guaranteed that training. You'll receive high pay, too, even at the beginning while you're learning. Also, if you're one of those fellows who want to get ahead, you'll find lots of chances for advancement. An Air Force career is the career of the future. So take a tip from me, high school graduates. Drop in at your local U.S. Air Force recruiting station first thing tomorrow morning. Look over the list of schools you can select. Then choose your career in the Air Force. Now, once again, at the microphone, our star, Helen Walker, and our producer.
A curtain call is certainly a must for our lovely and talented star, Helen Walker. Helen, after the drama of Nightmare Alley, wasn't it a welcome change to do a show for laughs?
It really was, C.T. Lots of fun. And thanks.
You know, Helen, we're all waiting for your performance with Jimmy Stewart in that muchly heralded motion picture called Northside 777. Keeping you busy these days, aren't they?
Well, no more than anyone else, C.T.
What do you do in between time?
Oh, I like to ride or swim or play tennis.
Oh, I didn't know you were so interested in sports.
I love them. Why, I take a horseback ride, look at the countryside, and start living again.
Well, me, Helen, I play golf. Look at my scorecard and die.
I've heard differently about that.
Oh, who told you? But seriously, Helen, thanks again for one of the most delightful performances we've ever had on Proudly We Hail.
I enjoyed it, C.T. And believe me, it was a privilege to appear for such a timely sponsor as Army Recruiting. These days, we only need a glance at a headline to make us all aware of the importance of Uncle Sam's army. But now, before I get away, C.P., what's your playbill going to feature for next time?
Our story next week on Proudly We Hail is called Santana. It's the exciting and dramatic story of a woman whose marriage brings her everything she dreamed of: home, security, position, everything except happiness. How she discovers that happiness makes for drama you won't want to miss. And we're delighted to announce that our star will be that splendid actress of motion pictures, Jane Wyman.
That's for me. I'll be listening. And now, goodbye.
Goodbye, Helen Walker. Goodbye. We will welcome you next week, ladies and gentlemen, when your theater of stars presents Jane Wyman in a dramatic story of a woman in love titled Santana. And until next week, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening and cheerio from Hollywood.
Helen Walker appeared through the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, which arranges for the appearance of all stars on this program. Story was by Bill Hampton, with the orchestra under the direction of Eddie Stravanik. Proudly We Hail is transcribed in Hollywood for release at this time. Wendell Niles speaking.
ran up against him. A very curious case it was, too. The climax occurred in the Chamber of Horrors with Madame Tussauds.
Madame Tussauds. Isn't that the famous London Waxworks where they have images of all the important people living?
No, some of them living and most of them are dead. A very old institution. The collection began at the time of the French Revolution when so many famous people were being sent to the guillotine. The original Tussauds, I forget whether it's a he or a she, conceived the bright idea of making wax replicas of the illustrious heads as they were severed from their equally illustrious shoulders. And that's the way the collection began.
Nice, gruesome little nest egg. They'd have to answer.
Indeed. Well, a bleak March day was just drawing to its close. I was sitting beside our far place in Baker Street, sniffing appreciatively the odors of an approaching supper which was being prepared below stairs by our very devoted landlady, Mrs. Hudson. Holmes had been gone since before daybreak. I was beginning to be a trifle worried about Holmes. It seemed to me he'd been looking even paler and even more emaciated than usual, and his nerves were decidedly on edge. Just the day before, when Sarah, Mrs. Hudson's cat, unexpectedly pushed the door open and walked in the hope of sharing, shall we say, our breakfast kippers, he jumped completely across the room. Yes, as I was saying, I was not easy in my mind about Holmes. In fact, I was just cogitating how I could persuade him to take a holiday. And the gentleman himself rushed into the room, his shirt front torn open, and a nasty bruise over his left eye. Holmes, what's happened to you? I didn't hear the front door slam.
A very good reason that I didn't use the front door.
No?
No. I came over the rooftop.
Oh, being athletic again. I thought from that black eye that you might have been in a fight.
I have been fighting, my dear Watson. That's why I took to the north. It interests you to know that this house is completely surrounded by the most awe-inspiring collection of bullies and roughs in London. And they're not above using bludgeons, as I found to my discomfort. Hence the black eye.
What, did you mean one of those ruffians attacked you?
One? Watson, I had at least 3 of them on my back at one juncture. Yes. Thank heaven I had the foresight to learn jiu-jitsu at one time in my career.
Why all this excitement? Who are these thugs?
They're Professor Moriarty's prized collection of rowdies.
Professor Moriarty? He's been getting in his way again. Doesn't he intend to let you get out of this house, eh?
Well, I don't you, my dear Watson. He didn't want me to get into the house.
Not get into your own house and give him and why?
Because I have a rendezvous here with a certain lady. A lady he's very much interested in.
Sure, it's not simply to prevent the lady's arrival, you know?
On the contrary, my dear fellow. She will arrive with an escort of Scotland Yard's finest, and for good reason. The lady is, Maggie Harewood.
Maggie Harewood? The murderess?
Yeah, there's always been considerable doubt in my mind as to whether she deserved that title.
Surely you remember the case, Holmes? Truly gruesome and brutal crime it was. She was discovered beside the dead body of her husband. The hammer with which she killed him still in her hand.
Moreover, the woman still smelled of chloroform. The lady herself claimed she didn't remember committing the crime.
Naturally she did that.
I wonder.
But Holmes had proved at the trial. She'd been using her lead cards and she didn't dare tell her husband. But she'd married him to get his insurance, which I understand was unusually large.
And a singularly unintelligent job she made of it. Bashing his head with a hammer. No, my dear Watson. It won't rot. Even the government has some doubts on the matter. That's why her sentence was commuted to life imprisonment.
So obvious. Of course she was guilty.
Really, Watson? Then perhaps you can explain why Dr. Harewood allowed her to hit him over the head with a hammer. She's a rather small woman, you know. Any ordinary man could have held it off without difficulty.
That's the truth.
And his clothes, the features are quite unrecognizable. In fact, I have a strong suspicion that dead body was not Dr. Harewood at all.
Gosh,
moreover, I hope to be able to prove that the man is still alive.
Perfectly beastly trick to play on the poor woman.
Beastly, and at the same time diabolically clever. With all the earmarks of a crime planned by our friend, Professor Moriarty.
Moriarty? Why?
I don't know why, but I suspect that Maggie Harewood stumbled across some knowledge of his activities. In the early days of his career. What he was quite so well protected in. Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that Dr. Harewood's insurance money eventually found its way into Professor Moriarty's coffers. I can't prove it, mind you, but I'm practically certain that's the case.
Here, Holmes, what are you going to do?
Two things. Find Dr. Harewood, who I believe is still alive, and find out what Maggie Harewood knows that made it necessary to remove her.
How do you mean she knows anything?
You don't suppose Moriarty is having you watched because he thinks I need company, do you? No. She knows something that Professor Moriarty is determined I shall not discover. Got him worried, Watson. Oh, confound it. Must keeping those men from Scotland Yard. They were due 15 minutes ago. Now, what's the start now? Well, I wish he'd learn to ring that bell like a human being. Oh, Mr. Ross, what's the matter? What's happened? Where's the woman?
She's gone. Disappeared.
What do you mean, disappeared?
Well, we were bringing her in a prison van under heavy guard, as you told us. Although why you wanted so many men, I don't understand. She's the slightest thing. Any one of us could have managed it.
Oh, great Scott, Lestrade. Didn't you understand I wanted 7 men not to prevent her from getting away, but to protect her? And now she's gone.
Well, yes, she did get away, and she had plenty of protection while she was doing it.
What do you mean?
Well, we were just coming into London when we struck an icy stretch of road. Ice as smooth as glass.
Yes, of course.
Down went both horses first thing.
Yes, naturally.
Well, Grayson had a bad time getting them on their feet again, so I took 4 of the boys and went forward to help him, leaving Peters and Mapes to guard the Harewood woman.
When you got the horses up on their feet and got back to the van, Peters and Mapes were bound and gagged and the woman was gone.
Why, you might have been there yourself, Holmes. Well, it seems Peters and Mapes were standing there beside this Harewood woman, and Peters was just giving Mapes a light for his pipe when a voice out of the darkness says, "Put 'em gangs, and be quick about it."
And of course they obeyed.
What else could they do? And then some more men steps out of the dark and binds and gags him. Then this first fellow goes up to the woman and says, "Come along, Maggie. This is your chance." And she said, "Oh, it's you. And when?"
Do you think she recognized him, Lestrade?
She certainly did.
Oh, Lord, look here, Lestrade. You've got to find that woman. You've got to comb the city for her. If she's not here and alive by this time tomorrow, I'll hold Scotland Yard personally responsible for her murder.
You've been tucking your hair into the roots? Maggie Harewood is perfectly safe in all probability. She's with someone she knows, you remember?
That's just it, Watson. That's just it. Confound it. Why can't Scotland Yard find her? We've been at it almost 16 hours now, and every minute lessens our chances of finding her alive.
Yes, but of course they'll find her. We're scouring every nook and corner of the underworld. After all, no one can make the woman invisible.
Why not? My husband disappeared from the thin air, didn't he?
Now we have two people missing instead of one, and by heaven, I'm going to find them both. It's the last thing I do.
Well, at least Moriarty's moved his guard from around this house. That's something.
Yes, Constance, found him. He feels confident that I'm no longer a menace to his safety. That's what annoys me.
There's a wounded vanity.
Vanity behind. Ah! What's that moving behind the sofa?
She's got over. She thinks she's talking to Mouse.
Well, she doesn't have to do us talking here, does she? Reminds me too much of Scotland Yard.
No, how?
She never manages to catch anything. Oh, get her out of here. Get her out of here once. Get her out before the last finds her.
I do. Yes, sir? Nice to see you. Ah, that's right. There's a good girl, Sarah.
But don't forget your revolver.
Where is that? Very well.
In the pocket it goes.
I'm ready. Come on, Holmes. Bring out your rat. Steady, Holmes. Steady. Run now, sir.
Oh, stop. How convenient. Cab back to get out there.
Well, should I take it? Surely you don't intend to walk as far as the docks?
No, Watson, but it's safer in our position not to take the first vehicle that presents itself. We'll pick up one in Oxford Street.
You're becoming as suspicious as... Great Scott! That brick, it fell from the rooftop. It pretty nearly hit you, Holmes.
Right. Don't walk so close to the buildings, Watson.
But that brick, I tell you, that just became a very nasty accident.
There's nothing accidental about that brick.
Huh?
There's a little token from our friend, Professor Moriarty. Quite flattering, Watson, quite flattering.
I must say, Holmes, I don't follow.
Simply is for endangering his safety, eh? Just in coming. Watson, look out that van. Careening down the street.
Horses are running away.
Quick! They're heading south. Get that doorway.
You just can't keep away from the building.
Sergeant, quick!
Oh, that was in that large wooden crate that fell as the van passed. It just missed your shoulders.
Yes. Now, not a little compliment.
That crate, Holmes. Yeah, I could have looked there. The boots sticking out of the leg. There's a man in there.
Hurry up, old fellow. We must get him out. Here, give me a hand with these doors. Well.
What's the matter? Who is it?
Oh, dear, it's Disraeli.
Can I get my hand?
Calm yourself, Watson. It's not the gentleman himself, but his image in wax. For Madame Tussaud, in all probability. Madame Tussaud. What connection of a van belonging to Moriarty got to do with Madame Tussaud's Waxworks? That's something to look into, Watson.
Not the docks after all.
No, I think we can spend a more instructive afternoon in the company of Madame Tussaud's wax figures. Sherlock Holmes.
Madame Tussaud, tell me, what memories of place brings back Holmes? I haven't been here since I was a youngster. Let's get good old Tom, just as he was when I came here in the short car.
Here's Queen Victoria, Prince Albert, Gladstone, and here's Disraeli's card. But the gentleman Minnesota missing must be a reason to know. I wonder why he was removed.
Yes, I wonder. If you like, I'll ask that guard saying...
Very well.
As a guard, I wonder if you could tell me what's happened to old Diddy, the figure that used to stand beside Gladstone.
Perhaps he's deaf, Watson. Try speaking a little louder.
Guard, could you tell me what's happened to Disraeli? You know, Disraeli, the statesman. Civilian. He's just the post.
At least as deaf as a dummy.
Huh? You mean the wax figure? Truly, figured amazingly lifelike, you know. Even the way he stands.
It's a remarkable piece of work.
Yes, indeed. So that the nursemaid he seems to be talking to him. Everything complete. Down to the freckles on our nose. Her bonnet seems to be coming off her. Perhaps I'd better fix it.
I think it is to answer
Quite receptive. Have you by any chance got a wax image of Maggie Harewood, the woman who beat her husband to death?
Oh, yes, sir, but she's downstairs in the chamber of horrors with the rest of the atrocities.
She hasn't by any chance been taken away. for repair.
Oh, no, sir. Maggie's in very good condition.
I see. Thank you very much. Watson, what do you say? We go down and take a look at the lady deputy?
No doubt, Jack. She's downright morbid.
Don't tell me that you haven't seen the Chamber of Horrors.
Certainly not.
Well. Come on downstairs now and take a look. Really rather instructive.
What way?
Horrors is a long, one-flank complex. Behind those windows are reconstructed England's most famous murder scene.
Well, what's so instructive about that?
Realization that the perpetrator of each and every crime has been brought to justice. I've helped to place the noose around Mother Wonderland's neck. Yes. Never the pastime which doesn't pay me, no?
I'm dark here on these things.
Dark as we go along. The chamber itself, except for the death scenes pictured there, is in complete darkness.
You'll give us an idea.
Ah, yes. There we are. You seem to have them to myself.
What for those wax figures? Well, that's it. Quite close in.
As I told you, they would have appeared. There would be a sudden explosion in the place at the moment of the crime.
What's that?
Probably a ventilator.
Oh. Good place,
The safest in Woodby Baker Street, Watson.
That's where we'll consider. Just again, I'm going back.
Come on, Watson, come along. Take a look at the murders. I will show you what. Yeah. Line the first window. That's the famous Charlie Peace, expert burglar confidence man. The murder was only a sideline with him.
Horribly how you feel. You look at the moon, man.
Yes, they say he had a great fascination for women. Now, here is the next window. That's Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Ripper? He looks like a gunfire. Scowling almost.
Yes. He's one of the most cold-blooded murderers England has ever known. And here, in the next window, that's what we've come to see. It's labeled the hammer murder. The woman lying unconscious in the bed. The bloody hammer still in her hand. That's Maggie Harewood.
She's very nice. But Mr. Wilson, you could see her breathe.
The hammer. I must fall out of her hand.
Let's get out of here.
Listen, Wax. It's a living hand. Quick, Watson, quick! Up the baker window. That isn't your Wax figure. Right, come. Maggie Harewood herself. No wonder Scotland Yard couldn't find her.
What are we going to her?
Stand back. We'll soon find out.
What are you doing? What are you doing here? Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Earl.
Get an ambulance, Garble. Is that right? Easy now, Watson. Look up at the glass on the floor. Don't touch yourself, Ian.
I'm all right, Holmes. Hi, Sherlock. Yes, it is a woman. A living woman, or rather a woman who's barely alive. She's been doped, poisoned.
She can't die. She can't, Watson. Everything depends on her. Mrs. Harewood. Mrs. Harewood. Can't you hear me? It's me, Sherlock Holmes. I've come to help you. No, it isn't. It can't be. We've got to save you. We'll prove that your husband's still alive. We'll get you free.
I've seen him.
Seen him? Where? You know what he's doing?
No. He changed his name.
Yes, he did. Yes. Well, what is it now?
They call him Professor Moriarty.
His own wife. Although one of Holmes thought she might know something about Moriarty.
Yes, Mr. Wilson, that's right. He formed the country for the set out to do. He found the woman. The husband is still alive.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows. Now, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. This is Diamond. You know, I'm sure a lot of you people have never seen this big city of New York that I live in, but you ought to. It's really worth seeing. I don't mean a 4-bit tour in a bus. I mean that one time that you stop along the way and really take a good look. Maybe it's from a building 40 floors up. You brace yourself against the stiff morning breeze, and you lean out and watch the biggest city in the world wake up, stretch, roll up its progressive sleeves, and go to work. Or maybe it's 6 o'clock in the evening, and you're on your way home. You hold up at a busy intersection, and you feel the Colossus even before you see it. You look behind, to the right, the left, and then up. And there it is. You could only take in 3 blocks, maybe, but the pushing crowds and towering buildings are a common denominator for the Bronx, Park Avenue, and Flatbush. The rest you have to imagine because your dinner's waiting. Well, I'm lucky in a way. My dinner's ready when I start throwing nickels in the automat. My meals and my time are freelance, and my work is a ringside ticket to the biggest city in the world. Sure, it's lonely sometimes, and trouble walks the streets on a 24-hour beat. But that's how I pay my rent. Trouble's my silent partner, and he sends me everything from divorce labels to some marked City Morgue, DOA, dead on arrival. One night last week, old man Trouble was sitting curled up on a doorstep watching 2 thugs hiding in the shadows of a building. Trouble had a big smile because he was cooking up a king-size mess for yours truly.
Hey, Lou.
Yeah?
Ain't he ever gonna come out?
He'll come out. We just gotta wait, that's all.
Hey, Lou.
Yeah, what is it?
I hope he comes out soon. That cop car is due in a little while.
Yeah.
Hey, supposing they drive up the street just when he comes out.
And we don't use the artillery.
We don't?
We follow him and get him someplace else.
Okay. Hey, Lou.
What?
Here he comes.
Yeah. You ready?
Yeah, sure. Look, he's got his 2 big watchdogs with him.
Get set. Now.
We better get going.
No, run, stupid. You think we was being clocked?
Hey, Lou.
There's that lousy cop car. Come on.
Where you going?
In this club. Come on, hurry.
Hey, Lou, supposing the cops come down here.
Shut up.
Table, gentlemen?
Yeah, for my friend and me.
Right this way.
Sure, like a souvenir picture to take.
Lou, are you crazy? We can't sit down at no table. They'll have the whole neighborhood covered in a few minutes.
We can sit for a second, then we'll go out the back door.
Here you are, gentlemen. Is this all right?
Just stand there.
Yeah, this is just fine, thank you.
Very good, sir. I'll send a waiter right over.
Oh, now, come on, Lou. Let's blow this joint.
Wait till he gets further away.
Please, Lou.
Okay. Now you go first. Take your time. I'll follow you.
Picture, sir?
Huh?
No, miss. We don't want no photographs.
Yeah, we don't want none.
Thanks, just the same.
Oh, that's okay. Picture? Like a souvenir picture to take home? Yes, thank you.
Well, come on.
Right behind you.
Now, hold it right there. No. Don't move. Thank you. That will be developed shortly.
Hey, Mel, hold it a minute.
Yeah, what is it?
It's that dame.
This is no time to start looking at dames.
No, you fathead. The one with the camera.
So she's got good-looking legs, but we got... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
There's a cop in the door.
Get going, but take your time. I'll tell you about the dame later.
Oh, Lynn,
Yeah? What is it, Monsieur Davis?
where are you going?
Back to the dark room to develop these pictures? You always said not to keep the customers waiting, didn't you, Monsieur Davis?
I'm glad to see you listen to your employer. I'll just come along to see how this batch turns out.
This batch isn't any different from the last 100 batches.
We'll just go along and see.
Oh, that does it.
I beg your
I
pardon.
said that does it. You cornered me in that dark room once, and it was all I could do to keep you away from me.
Lynn.
If you think that just because you run this place, you got a right to make passes at me, you better get yourself a new girl.
Maybe that isn't such a bad idea.
Come to think of it, I kind of go for it myself. And as long as I'm quitting, here's something you've been asking for a long time.
Oh, hey, what do you think you're doing?
Now get out of my way. That phony French accent may fool the customers, but it doesn't fool me.
You get out of here. Pick up your check and get out of here this minute. You little... Oh!
Now, what were you going to say, Mr. Davis?
Get out. Get out.
Diamond Detective Agency. If you've lost a body, let us dig it up.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
Depends on who we dig up and how long he's been there.
Rick,
Hello, Helen, baby.
you're simply gruesome.
I know it, but my tongue matches my shirts.
What do you do when you wear stripes?
I tell everybody I've been licking barber poles.
Oh.
Thought you'd catch me, didn't you?
No, I don't think I'll ever catch you.
Oh, I think you're the prettiest little old gal in the whole dang blasted state.
Flattery will get you nowhere. Have we got a date tonight?
Only if the elevator's still running.
Mr. Diamond?
Oh, I'll call you back later, honey. I think I just sighted a client.
Mr. Diamond, please, I've got to talk to you.
Well, honey, go back and shut the door. If too much smoke gets out of here, the ceiling will cave in.
Huh? Oh, yes. All right.
Rick, did I hear a girl's voice?
I think so. But maybe she just wears those clothes because her mother never had a haircut.
What does she look like?
I can't tell you right now. I'm parked behind a curb.
Rick! The door is closed, Mr. Diamond. Now may I speak with you, please?
Helen, I'll call you later.
I don't care if she is a prospective client. You face the window when you're talking business.
Well, there's a cigarette ad out there. Why look out at an ad when the slogan's right here in my office?
Slogan?
Yeah, you know. So round, so firm, so...
Rick.
Bye, baby. Now, you were saying...
I want to hire you to protect me, Mr. Diamond.
I know an easier way. Wear a diving suit.
Mr. Diamond, put your eyes back in your head. And please listen to me. My life is in danger.
There's an answer for that, too, but go on. Tell me the story.
Well, my name is Knight.
Miss?
Yes.
Yes.
In the last 2 days, there have been several attempts on my life.
By whom?
Well, I don't know.
Well, do you know why anyone would want to kill you?
No, I don't.
Well, now we're getting someplace.
Don't be funny, Mr. Diamond. I tell you that twice an attempt has been made on my life.
How?
Well, the first time a man followed me home and tried to break into my apartment. I screamed and frightened him off.
Maybe he was lonesome. What about the other time?
Well, I don't know whether it was the same man or not, but the next night a man jumped out of a car and tried to make me go with him. I kicked him and ran down the block.
Sounds more like a kidnapping than attempted homicide. Why didn't you tell this to the police?
Oh, I did. They investigated, but I couldn't give them enough to go on, so they just put a man watching my apartment.
I bet he has to stand in line. Didn't they give you an escort?
No. They seemed to think I was after some kind of publicity or something. They told me it was all right to go out in the daytime, but to stay in my apartment for the next couple of nights.
Sounds reasonable.
Will you help me, Mr. Diamond? I'm afraid this will happen again.
My dear, my fee is $100 a day in expenses.
$100 a day?
Hmm.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I don't have that kind of money.
Well, neither do I, but if I starve, I do it with dignity. I can't lower my fee, Miss Knight. I never have.
Well, then, I'll have to find another detective agency.
There are a lot of good ones. I'm sorry, the rule might bend a little, but it won't break. If I took the job knowing you couldn't pay half the fee, 10 minutes later, some guy from Texas with an oil-soaked wallet might want to hire me to count his gas stations. Sorry, but it's a tough world, Miss Knight.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Mr. Diamond. Maybe you could recommend someone?
Oh, any of them are good. Just close your eyes and open the classified.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Diamond. I'm sorry.
So am I. My conscience just slit its throat.
Like you said, Mr. Diamond, it's a tough world.
The toughest.
Goodbye.
Yeah. No, nuts. Yeah, what is it?
Diamond?
He's hiding his head in the desk. I'll get him for you. Come on out, you heel.
Look, I don't know who this is, but put Diamond on the pipe.
This is Diamond. Wait till I get the bad taste out of my mouth.
Look, you can wet your whistle later.
I've always wondered what happened to people who said that.
Is there a dame in your office named Knight?
Well, there was. She left just before you called.
Well, let me give you a little tip. If she hired you, you're going to start feeling overworked right now, so tell her you don't want the job.
Oh, I am, huh?
Yeah. Or your nearest relative is going to have to come down and identify the body.
You know something?
No, what?
A couple of minutes ago, I proved that a good businessman can start looking like a big fat heel for a lousy $100 a day in expenses.
Huh?
Don't work on it too long, but stop in sometime, Buster. I'd like to help you spit out your teeth.
You better listen to what I say, Shummus. You're way out of your class in this one.
I'm always out of my class when I talk with slobs. And if you don't like it, look me up. I'll be working for Miss Knight. I went out of my office in a hurry. When somebody tries to push me around, it's like giving a kid a slingshot in a hothouse. You can tell him all night not to do it, but by morning he's busted every window in the place. I hoped I might catch Miss Knight before she got to the street, so I grabbed the elevator and went down to the first floor. I couldn't find her in the lobby, so I went out on the sidewalk. The street was crowded, but those curves showed up like a covered wagon on Madison Avenue. She was just starting across Broadway when a big black sedan pulled up and a guy climbed out after her. I took off as fast as my little 175 pounds would carry me and cut kitty corner across the street with an eye on the black sedan. The guy had her by the arm, and I knew when she stopped struggling, he'd showed her his gun. I was on a dead run, going to make like a big hero, but his .38 changed my mind. He missed with the first one, and then he shoved the girl away from him and tried again. I could hear the slug whine past my head, so I hit the sidewalk right next to the girl. He jumped for the car. I just lay there and watched him drive off.
Did you get the license number?
Oh, it was covered with mud.
Gee, I guess you must look pretty silly just sitting here.
Yeah. Got some jacks? I'm a whiz at forces.
Maybe you believe me now, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah. Here, let me give you a hand up.
Thanks.
Now, come on, let's get out of here. We're collecting a crowd.
Where are we going?
I know a policeman who can't understand attempted assault. He says it's not necessary. And believe me, baby, he's got a cure for it. Come on.
In just a moment, we will return to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. But first, the National Safety Council reports that in almost every motor vehicle accident, there is one or more violations of the law, speed, drink, and carelessness being the worst offenders. The difficulty is that people continue to think of the horror of accidents as always happening to someone else. It never occurs to us that we may be killed dashing out to lunch tomorrow. Yes, it can and does happen, for it's the careless little chances each one of us takes every day that cause the big accident totals. Every motorist and pedestrian is urged to support actively the safety movement in his own community. Be careful. The life you save may be your own. And now, back to Dick Powell and the second act of Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Diamond is hurrying with his pretty client to see Lieutenant Levinson, head of homicide.
I hailed a cab, and 10 minutes later, Len Knight and I were walking into the 5th Precinct Police Station. Sergeant Otis looked up and started to say something, but when he saw what I was with, he changed it to a low whistle. Oh, stop puckering, Otis. You look like you've been unstopping sinks.
Oh, very funny, wise guy. How about the introduction?
Mr. Knight, Sergeant Otis. Homicide's answer to mercy killings.
Hello, Sergeant.
Yeah, don't pay no attention to him, Miss Knight. He was born with a nasty disposition.
Is the lieutenant in, Sergeant?
Yeah, go ahead. He'll see you. Nice meeting you, Miss Knight.
Nice meeting you, Sergeant.
Otis.
Yeah?
Stop clucking. You'll have every rooster in town in here. Hello, Walt.
Who's that with you?
This is Miss Knight.
Is she dead?
Walt, say something nice to the lieutenant, dear.
After that last remark?
Oh, look, Miss Knight, I'm sorry, but this guy you're with has a talent for finding homicides. I'm suspicious of everyone I see him with, because even if they walk into my office with him, he'd do it just to confuse me.
Well, I'm quite alive, Lieutenant.
Then let me give you a friendly tip, Miss Knight. Stay away from this guy. His sense of humor will turn your hair white.
Oh, isn't he a dream? Walt, Miss Knight wants protection.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Walt, now stop gnawing on the desk and listen to me. Miss Knight is in line for a murder or for kidnapping.
I knew it.
She wants protection, and you're going to give it to her.
That's not my department.
This is homicide, isn't it?
Of course it is, but you know very well we don't go to work until you're dead.
Well, honey, I guess you'll just have to route it and get yourself killed. It's the only way.
Now you stop that. Send her to another department. They'll give her all the protection she needs.
She's been there. They stuck a guy out in front of her apartment. Now, look, I just saw a hood try to muscle her into a car. He took a shot at me, and you know bullets give me that let-down feeling. Now, put one of your boys with her until I can do something about clearing this thing up.
What's your full name, Miss Knight?
Lynette. Lynn, for short.
Where do you live and where do you work?
I live at 419 West 48th Street, apartment 309. I quit my job 3 days ago.
Where was this job?
The Circus Club on 52nd Street. I took pictures.
Took pictures?
Yeah, you know. Souvenirs of the customers.
Oh. Why'd you quit?
Well, my boss got grabby. I slapped him around.
Hey, wait a minute, honey. Did you say Circus Club, 52nd Street?
Yeah, what about it?
Walt, didn't somebody gun down Al Rigoletta and two of his boys right near there?
Say, you're right. 3 nights ago.
You didn't see that shooting, did you, Miss Knight?
Well, no, but I read about it the next day.
Well, if you didn't see it, they couldn't want to get at you just because you're a witness.
Oh, this is screwy. What have we got to work on?
You just put a man to guard her. I'm going to see what I can do.
All right, but only because I owe you a favor. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Get in here.
Otis?
Yes, Otis. He's not as stupid as he looks.
Want to bet?
He couldn't be and live.
You want me, Lieutenant?
Not for keeps. I want you to stay with Miss Knight here until I tell you to come home. Somebody's trying to get rough with her. Got it?
Yeah.
Walt, have you found any eggs around the office?
Eggs?
Otis, where do you hide your nest?
Oh, Lieutenant, make this guy lay off from me.
Yeah, Rick, lay off the poor guy. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Stop standing on one leg and wait outside, you mallet head.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
Walt, I'll keep in touch.
Okay.
Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
Thanks. I'll make it up to you some way.
Don't strain yourself. I like an obligation to be fun.
It will be.
Rick.
Yeah?
Bye.
I left the 5th Precinct and headed for the Circus Club. It was a small place with sawdust on the floor and colored decorations like the inside of a circus tent. The place was still closed, but a short, dapper little guy in a gray business suit answered my knock.
Yes, you're from the police?
Why? You need them?
I just put in a call. Someone burglarized the place last night.
Oh. You know a girl named Knight?
Lynn Knight?
That's it.
I most certainly do. I fired her 3 nights ago. If she's in some kind of trouble with the police, she deserves it.
You must run this place.
That's right. My name's Davis. Would you like to take a look at the room that was broken into?
I certainly would. What did they steal?
That's just it. I don't know. They turned it upside down, but I can't imagine what they were after. It's a dark room.
A dark room?
Yes. I have several girls that take pictures of the customers. They developed the prints in the back of the cafe. Right this way.
Forget it.
But I thought you wanted...
I'm not from the police, Mr. Davis. I'm a private detective. Tell me, did Miss Knight turn in all her film the night she quit?
I fired her.
Difference of opinion. Did she turn in all her film?
I know. As a matter of fact, she didn't. She left with her camera, and several customers got rather angry when the pictures weren't developed.
You mean her last roll was still in that camera?
It must have been. She didn't leave it in the dark room. I looked.
Where's the phone?
Right over there.
Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, I think I've got something.
Diamond, I've got something, too. A sour stomach and headache.
What's the matter?
Otis followed that night dame halfway home, and some guy stepped out of an alley and split his head with a sap. He's down in emergency getting his skull crocheted.
What about the girl?
We don't know. Otis can't remember.
Oh, that's dandy. I'll call you back.
Now, you wait a minute.
I can't. Bye. I had one of those muscle-bound hunches. And I had to work fast or Lynn Knight was going to get herself kicked around and maybe end up in the city morgue. I remembered her dress. And 15 minutes later, I was standing in front of room 309. I could hear the phone ringing from somewhere inside, so I waited to see if anyone answered it. On the 3rd ring, I tried the door. Well. Hello?
Who is this?
This is Diamond.
Oh, thank goodness. This is Lynn Knight.
Well, where the devil are you? Lieutenant Levinson said you'd disappeared.
I'm in a bar on 50th Street. That man who tried to shove me into his car this afternoon hit Sergeant Otis on the head, and I've been running ever since.
How did you know I was here?
Oh, I didn't. I called your office and got no answer, so I just took a chance maybe you'd gone looking for me.
I was, but I was looking for something else, too. Tell me, baby, have you got a camera?
Why, I did have.
Did have? What happened to it?
Well, I sort of sold it.
Oh, you mean you hocked it?
Well, I didn't need it anymore, and I did need the money.
You stay right where you are, and I'll be down. What's the name of the place?
2320 Club. Please hurry, Mr. Diamond. I'm scared.
Okay. I want to ask you something else.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I thought you'd hung up.
No, I thought you... Lynn.
Yeah?
Is there an extension on this phone?
Why, yes, in the bedroom. Say, you don't think...
I don't know. Wait a minute. Hey, what are you guys... Oh!
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, are you still on the...
Okay, Mel. Let's go get the dame. Hey, that was pretty smart waiting around and listening in on the extension. What do you want me to do with the Shaughnessy? He looks like he can still hear things.
Well, turn them off.
Sure. Okay, let's go.
What are you limping for?
I kicked him with the wrong foot. I got a lousy ingrown toenail.
I laid there trying to crawl back to a more sensible way of life. He'd kicked me so hard that it shook my eyes loose and they'd run back into my head to hide. Everything was suddenly crammed into a long funnel that disappeared into the floor, and I felt pretty sick. I was stuck in an acre of colored molasses, and trying to get myself loose was like pulling a pillow through a garden hose. When I finally made it, I stuck my head under a sink and let the cold water bring me back to normal. Then I headed for the 2320 Club in a hurry.
Something I could do for you?
I'm looking for a girl, but I don't see her.
They come and go. It's like that around here.
She had on a green skirt and a jersey blouse. Couldn't miss her unless you don't like girls.
Oh, her. She used the phone and then she left.
Alone?
No, a couple of ugly-looking guys came in and she left with them. Hey, you know her?
Yeah.
Well, she forgot her purse. You might tell her.
Her purse? Let me see it.
Oh, no.
Here's the badge, Buster.
Oh, okay.
He handed me the purse, and I went through it. Nothing much but a pawn ticket. I looked at it, and that hunch started biting my leg, so I took off for the pawn shop.
Good afternoon.
Here's a ticket. I want to claim the article.
Sure. A11249. Here it is. Lovely camera.
Bingo.
Did the girl sell it to you?
No, she just wants me to claim it for her.
Well, be careful. She said there was still some film in it. She wanted to come back and get it when she got a new job. $15, please.
Yeah, here you are. Is there a place around here where I can get the film developed?
Right across the street. You can see it from here.
Thanks.
Here it comes. Yep, it's coming up, but we'll leave it in a little longer. Hey, maybe I'm nosy, but what's so important about this roll of film?
I'll tell you better when I look at it.
Well, I'll turn on the light. There you are.
Yeah. Well, nothing on this one. Nope. Hey, look at this.
Oh, some old guy with his wife. Is that what you wanted to find?
You see those two guys in the background that look like they're just sneaking out of a chicken house?
Yeah, so what?
The one in the back is Lou Garzoni.
The gangster?
Yeah. Give me that negative. Let's get out of here.
Well, you two holding hands in there?
Hey, who are you and what's the gun for?
Take it easy, Doc. He shoots people.
That's right. Now, back into the room.
All right, but take it easy with that gun.
Give me that negative, Shamus.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, where's the picture?
It's still in the juice.
Well, get it.
I'll get it.
That's better. Well, come on.
I can't seem to find it.
Oh, yeah?
Look for yourself.
I'll look.
See?
Hey, you threw it in his face. That stuff might blind him.
So now he can't see to kill you.
My eyes. Get me to the doctor, quick.
After you tell me where the girl is.
212 West 45th Street, apartment 513. Harry, I can't stand it.
Call a doctor for this guy and then get hold of Lieutenant Levinson, 5th Precinct. Tell him to meet me in front of 212 West 45th and to step on it.
Yes, all right.
I'll take those pictures.
I can't stand it.
Sure you can. It's no fun looking at the electric chair anyway.
Apartment 513, he said? Oh, but here it is.
Yeah. If Lou Garzoni's in there, we got to take him by surprise or he'll knock off the girl.
Otis is down in the alley, so he won't get out that way. Well, here goes. I hope it works.
Yeah, who is it?
Mel had an accident. He sent me up to tell you.
What's your name?
Tony Vega.
Well, why didn't you say so?
I thought you was in stir. Coppers! You dirty duckwolf!
How about it, Walt?
He's on his way. Where's the girl?
Probably in the other room. Yeah. Take it easy, baby. All right. I'll get the gag on. Now, there you are.
Oh, Mr. Diamond. Mr. Diamond, he was going to kill me.
Yeah, I know.
Is she all right?
Sure, Walt. How about Garzoni?
No hurry for the wagon.
Oh.
Now, will you please tell me how you knew Lou Garzoni was in this apartment?
Well, he and his boy were after a picture Miss Knight took. Yeah, this one.
There they are in the background.
He was an old enemy of Al Rigoletto, wasn't he, Walt?
Yeah. Why?
Oh, I bet he was the one who rubbed him out. Then he and his boy ducked into the nightclub. Garzoni saw his picture taken, so they went after Len.
Why, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, what's the matter?
You finally called me Lynn.
Well, Lynn. You go home and take it easy. I might stop by tomorrow.
What's the matter with tonight?
I've got a piano lesson. Bye.
Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant? Is it all over?
Yes, you hammerhead. Now get out of that garbage can and see if you can find your way back to the station.
stop at.
Okay.
Rick, tell me about the girl in your office.
Oh, nice kid, lovely eyes.
I'm jealous.
Good for you.
And I'm mad.
You're so busy.
You like the new piano?
Oh, yes, yes. It's a big one. Must have taken a herd of elements to make the keyboard.
Sing something.
What does Rita Baby want?
I don't care.
Okay. Oh, I don't care. I don't care.
Rick.
Well, that's what you said. You said that. Yes, you did.
Something nice.
All right. Everywhere you go, sunshine follows you.
Oh, that's such a beautiful tune.
Really? Everywhere you go, skies are always blue.
Rick.
I'm going to finish it. Children love you, they seem to know. You bring the roses right out of the snow. The whole world says hello. Everywhere you go. You suppose the guy who wrote that song ever got shot at?
Oh, Rick, you idiot. Come here.
Oh. This is much more fun than piano lessons.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Joan Banks, Paul DuBois, Herbert Ellis, and Sidney Miller. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. And now, Dick Powell.
Friends, I want to remind you of the wonderful group of programs NBC has on tap for tomorrow afternoon and evening. Shows like Hollywood Calling, Guy Lombardo, Four-Star Playhouse, The Ethel Merman Show, and the NBC Symphony. For the best in radio listening tomorrow and always, keep your dial tuned to your favorite NBC station.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. And don't miss the interesting story, My Mr. Powell and His Mr. Diamond, in the September issue of Radio Mirror, now on your newsstand. Now, this is Eddie King, inviting you to be with us again at this same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Quote the Raven, nevermore.
Yes.
This is me.
Is this Mr. Spade?
Yes, but is this Miss Perrine?
Oh, yes, but
Why are you eating a peanut butter sandwich at this time of night?
why the allusion to Poe's Raven? Was your assignment among the literati?
It certainly was. There was Rowena from Ivanhoe, a lost Lenore, a no-place Ralph, and a Horace from the car off with the same name.
Oh, how distinguished.
Have you got a cold, F?
No.
Well, then there was a carnivorous plant, a hideous meat-eating specimen of the botanical world, trying to take 2 fingers off me.
Well, I've got 3 fingers all poured out for you here.
Ah, pretty hep. I can see you intend to be terribly amusing tonight. But even so, I intend to come right down and dictate my report on a stopped watch caper or time stood still.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, Join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Well, in a few weeks, many of us will be going bareheaded now and then, meaning we'll have to pay more attention than ever to the appearance of our hair. The best way I know to always keep your hair in trim is to use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, removes loose dandruff, and relieves dryness, which may be even more prevalent when your hair is exposed directly to the wind and sun. So right away, get the 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
That's a mighty sharp routine you give a Perrine on the phone.
Where's Effie? Who are you?
Sam, don't you remember me? Buffy.
Certainly not. I never saw... Buffy, wait a minute. Do I sense a certain family resemblance? No, you can't be Effie's little sister, Buffy.
Yes.
Big girl now.
But thanks anyway for the Tinker toys you sent me last Christmas.
I'd kill myself.
I intend to start having children of my own just as soon as it's practical.
Where's that, Buff?
She had to go to L.A. to visit a sick friend.
A likely story.
No, really.
Chapter and verse, please.
St. Joseph's Hospital in Burbank. They went to school together, and her name is Lorene Tuttle. She's an actress.
Yes, I know her. A very fine actress. Is it serious?
I hope not for Effie's sake. They're very close.
Yeah. Well, what now? You take shorthand, Buff?
Sort of.
Spoken like a true Perrine. Come on in.
Oh, I hope it's good and gruesome.
I take it back.
I meant the caper, not what you're drinking.
Okay, Buff, you win. Ready?
Why not?
Date April 10, 1949 to Deputy Sheriff Bill Whittington, Marin County Sheriff's Office, San Rafael, California, from Samuel Spade, license number...
37596.
Oh, steady listener. Subject, the stopped watch caper. Dear Bill, here's how it turned out, and if I ever phone you for advice again, I'll take it because you were right. She was loaded.
What about those threatening letters, Sam? Don't give them another thought. Old Lady Raven's had me up there a dozen times the last 6 weeks. She got threatening letters, she got prowlers, but when I got there, she can't find the letters, and the way that house is tucked away in the woods, I don't think a prowler could find it.
How do I find it, Bill?
The Gray Line bus goes right by the gate. Montana Valley Road, about 3 miles this side of Rock Spring.
Oh, that sounds pretty rugged. You, say she's a crank.
But she's got money, Sam.
Oh, the poor old soul.
And she got a niece.
Oh?
Yeah. Over 23, but she's stacked.
The old lady's loaded, the niece is stacked. Who else lives there?
Well, there's a butler. Somebody flattened his head when he was young, and he wears bangs to call attention to it. Sort of shuffles around the house. But you ought to see him out in the woods chasing them old ground squirrels. Quick as a deer hound. Yeah, and
Never mind. You sold me. All these marvels I have got to see. It was only 3 p.m. when I skulked in through the gates of Ravenswood, but it was so dark the hooty owls hadn't gone to bed yet. The fog snaked in and out through the dripping trees, long, chill ribbons of ghastly fog borne on a sobbing wind. I mushed on into the deepening gloom of the forest primeval. After 10 minutes of that, I began to wonder if there was any house there. When I saw it, I still wondered. It looked more like a fungus growth. Speak of the English?
It is chilly, isn't it, sir? Won't you come in?
Sure, why not? Yes, I expected that.
If you'll be so kind as to wait here, sir, I'll inform Miss Rowena of your arrival.
Thank you, Jimmy Stewart.
Morris, who's out there? Is it the man with the headlock? Answer me, you brute. Where is it?
Did you say Hemlock?
Oh, you must be my aunt's detective. Spade, was it?
It is, right.
I'm Ralph Raven. Come along with me, Spade. I have something interesting to show you.
Ralph Raven was the one member of the household you hadn't described to me, and no wonder. The wasted figure that looked up at me from the wheelchair was more like a ghost than a man. His face was chalk white. So white it seemed almost luminous, and the skin clung so close to his skull there seemed to be no flesh beneath it. And his wide, staring eyes looked like 2 cups of black coffee on a snow-white tablecloth. I followed him into a glass-enclosed room only slightly larger than the garden court at the plaza. The humidity was several points higher than the dripping woods, and the temperature was several degrees lower. But the plants he had growing there seemed to thrive on it. As I edged nervously through the dense, quivering foliage, I noticed a strange-looking yellow-green pod, about the size of a milk bottle at the end of a long, tubular stem. It leaned over, opened its red mouth, and said, "Hey, what is that thing?"
"Oh, that's my Sarracenia gigantosa. Meat eater. Carnivorous plant. Don't be frightened. I just fed it."
Don't tell me.
You know what it eats?
Acts like it needs a dose of bicarb.
No, perfectly healthy. Merely part of the digestive process, even as you and I.
Not me.
But over here, you're a detective. These plants should interest you. Oh, don't touch that mandrake.
Never thought of it.
It won't cry out. No vocal cord.
Oh, I see.
Very sensitive.
Oh, sensitive.
And deadly poison.
Oh.
And see here, these pretty purple blossoms?
Yes, very pretty.
Source of an alkaloid poison favored by the Borgias. And these, white hellebore.
Watch your language.
I use it in compounding veratria. A poison so ancient it would probably go undetected in the police laboratories of today.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a charming one. Both a killer and a medicine. Belladonna. Oh, deadly nightshade. Source of atropine.
Mm-hmm.
And this, commonly known as Nux vomica,
Well.
produces not one but 2 deadly poisons. The well-known strychnine and the rare and not easily detectable brucine.
Yeah, well, it's quite a hobby, Mr. Raven.
It's not a mere hobby, Mr. Spade. It's a practical science. All the plants in this conservatory have their fatal properties, and all have played a role in the great crimes of history. Did my aunt get another threatening letter?
So she says.
Odd that she should fear death at her age, and odd that she should hire a bodyguard. How does she know how it'll come? It might be poison.
Speaking of poison, brother dear, it's time for your medicine.
Oh, Spade, my sister, the lost Lenore.
How do you do, Mr. Spade?
How do you do?
Here, Ralph, drink up.
Why does it always have to be in milk? Hey, look here, it's not time anyway. Oh, this confounded watch has stopped again. Spade, what time do you have?
Why, it's 3, that's funny. My watch has stopped, too. I didn't know then what that meant. In fact, if you look on the last page of this report, Deputy dear, you'll see that the stopwatch was the key to the whole puzzle. I protest that my failure to realize its significance at that moment had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that my client's niece, Lenore Raven, was, as you so roguishly put it, stacked. About there, Boris, the butler, bobbed up and beckoned me from the balustrade. I followed him upstairs and was ushered into the austere and regal presence of my client, Rowena Raven.
That will be all, Boris.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Boris, I just remembered.
Yes, madam.
There on the occasional table, my watch. I want you to take it around to the watchmakers in the morning. It's on the fritz again.
Yes, madam.
Mr. Spade, I must apologize for keeping you waiting.
Oh, it's all right.
My watch hasn't been keeping proper time ever since those threatening letters started. Would that be a clue, Mr. Spade?
Maybe we'd better start with the letters, Mrs. Raven.
I can't find them anywhere. I think that young man from the sheriff's office must have pinched him.
Bill Woodington? Oh, I'm sure not.
Well, all the same, it's very odd that every time he comes here, he can't find them.
Well, where did you put them, Mrs. Raven?
Right there on the occasional table.
Yeah, well, Mrs. Raven, sometimes people have very vivid dreams.
Huh?
Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with their minds or anything like
You
that.
talk just like Dr. Slosser. That young sawbones my niece sent around looked at my sciatica. Sciatica's nothing but a pain. How can you look at it? It's a lot of bull.
Yeah. What did the letters say, Mrs. Raven?
That's why I wondered about my watch, Mr. Spade. The letters always contain some reference to time. Your time is running out. Beware when time moves slowly. Soon it may stop altogether.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing. You think there could be a connection? I mean, has someone been tampering with my watch? The repairman doesn't know what's causing it to lose.
Yeah, did he think it might have been tampered with?
No. He thought it was something in the mountain. Magnetism or something.
Well, that sounds logical.
That's
Now,
a lot of hooey. I lived here 40 years and my watch never lost a minute. Something in the mountain, my eye. Something in this house, more like, or somebody. You ask me, he's not half so sick as he pretends to be.
Your nephew?
Uh-huh. What do you think?
Well, I think he's a very sick man.
No wonder. Sitting in that damp conservatory day after day, pottering over those fiendish, poisonous plants. You see the one that eats mice and hamburgers?
Yes, I did. What's supposed to be the matter with your nephew, Mrs. Raven?
Oh, he was in an auto accident. Injured his neck. They had to remove part of a gland or something.
His neck.
But Dr. Schlosser says it's in good condition aside from that. And if he takes his medicine faithfully, there's no reason why he should... Come in!
Ah, Mrs. Raven, how is that pain this afternoon?
Worse, thank you. Dr. Schlosser is Mr. Spade.
Ah, yes. The detective you engaged to investigate those letters you've been receiving.
Mr. Spade thinks it's an inside job. Don't you, Mr. Spade?
Well, that depends on what you mean by an inside job.
There, you see?
Inside that romantic imagination of yours, my dear lady. Hold still now while I give you your shot.
I loathe being jabbed.
Now. That wasn't so bad, was it?
Can I look now?
How is Ralph getting on, Doctor?
Not well, I'm afraid. He doesn't seem to be responding to the... Mrs. Raven, what is it?
Poison. You poisoned me.
The cry she uttered was only half as terrible as the expression on her pain-contorted face. She pitched forward in her chair with both fists clenched and shaking as if in anger at the doctor standing before her. He put down the empty hypodermic on the occasional table.
Yeah. Help me carry her to the couch.
Yeah, sure.
Take away that pillow. She must lie perfectly flat. There. That's better now. She's relaxing.
I'm dying. There was poison in that needle.
Please, Mrs. Raven, it was only sedative to make you sleep.
Sleep. The time is running out.
Poor woman. Malignant condition. Only a matter of time.
Does she know?
That she has only a short time to live? Oh, yes. Well, I have another call. Do you have the time my watch seems to have stopped?
Another one.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I left my watch at home.
Oh, well,
Ludwig, something terrible.
Your aunt is sleeping.
You'd better come down to the conservatory right away. Ralph is in terrible pain.
What kind of pain?
He keeps saying he's been poisoned.
What? Well, come along. Take that hypo to the kitchen door and sterilize it.
Where is it?
On the table there.
He stopped in his tracks. His mouth fell open, and he gaped at the tabletop where he put down the hypodermic. In its place, it appeared two items. An old-fashioned lady's watch and a note written in green ink. The note said, "Time must have a stop." I picked up the watch and held it to my ear. You guessed it. It wasn't ticking. I had a hunch my client wasn't either. And I was right.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Stopped Watch Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Ralph, where are you?
Where did you leave me?
Hey, wait. Over here.
Oh, Spade. Keep them away from me.
Ralph, I came as soon as I could. Tell me your symptoms.
No. I phoned for another doctor. He's on his way now. Spade, my aunt. Take me to her. I must tell her.
Tell her what?
I'm afraid we have some bad news for you, Ralph. Your aunt is dead.
Oh, so you poisoned her, too.
Ralph, you're sick.
You don't know what you're saying. She's been to every specialist in the country. They all said the same thing.
They all said she was good for another 3 months.
My dear boy, in these cases, any doctor's guess is as bad as the next.
Oh, please, Ralph, you're very sick. Please let Ludwig examine you. If it's what you think, the other doctor may be too late.
Why not? Why should I fear death?
That's better. Now let me see your eyes. So. Open the mouth. So.
What is it? What is it?
He's right. It is poison.
You see?
You know, my dear.
Yes?
When you sterilized that needle for Ralph's shot this morning, did you pick up the wrong bottle?
Of course not.
Strange. Very strange. But don't worry, Ralph. There's a very simple antidote.
Oh, thank heaven.
You should, my dear. Indeed you should.
And that was that, Deputy dear. 2 doctors and the county coroner took one look at my late client's medical history and decided on death due to natural causes. I didn't think so, and neither did you.
So there really were threatening letters.
I saw one.
You sure now, Sam?
Sure, I'm sure.
Where'd you say it was?
On the occasional table.
Yeah. What was it doing when it wasn't a table?
Not occasionally, occasional.
Oh, just any old table.
No, Bill, get this. It's real deep. An occasional table is a table that a woman picks up at a bargain and puts into a room under the mistaken impression that it may come in handy someday. Mrs. Raven used hers as a catch-all for her unanswered correspondence, threatening letters included.
And what happened to the one you saw?
I don't know. I put it right here in my coat pocket along with a watch. It just disappeared.
Well, that might be tampering with evidence.
Listen, Bill, things were disappearing from that table almost as fast as other things showed up.
Yeah, sounds like pack rat.
You follow that up, Bill. I'm going to pack up and rat out of here.
Now look, Sam.
My client's dead. It's officially okay. I haven't made a penny out of the caper, and now I'm not likely to. So, do you give me a lift back to the toll gate, or do I hitchhike?
There's your answer. Come on.
When we reached the second bedroom, whence the scream had come, we found the lost Lenore looking well found and something comfortable. She standing center stage, regarding herself with horror in a full-length mirror. She looks awful pale, Bill. You better go downstairs and get some ice water. She might faint.
You think so?
Yeah, hurry up. I'll stay here and keep up her circulation in case anything happens.
Yeah, you're right.
Beat it.
Oh, it's you, Sam. I thought...
You thought what?
Look, I found these on my pillow.
One watch, one threatening letter. Whose watch?
Mine. I left it on the dressing table when I went in to clean my face. When I came out, somebody had slipped this under.
On the dressing table?
No, under my pillow.
You said on your pillow.
I meant under. On. I don't know what I mean. What are you trying to do to me?
Just trying to get things straight.
But the note. Look at it. It's exactly the same as the one he left in my aunt's room.
Why do you say he?
Oh, I don't know. Yes, I do. It's because I don't trust Ludwig. Dr. Schlosser.
That figures. He doesn't trust you either.
When he pretended to think I might have picked up the wrong bottle. Oh, he was acting. Couldn't you see?
You're not doing a bad job yourself.
I'm not acting, not anymore. Listen to me. Listen. He's acted strangely ever since I foolishly said I'd marry him.
I would myself.
Oh, Sam, darling, don't joke. I don't mean like that.
How did you meet him?
He got me out of a jam once. The accident, when my brother was hurt. I went for a doctor, and he happened to be the nearest one. Well, I'd been drinking, and he took over, and he sent me home before the police arrived at the scene.
Didn't Ralph know?
He blanked out. He doesn't know to this day. But Ludwig never forgot. He forced me to recommend him to my aunt. He got into her good graces, practically moved into the house. Then he pretended to make love to me.
Pretended?
He didn't care about me till he found out about my aunt didn't have long to live. He knew half her money would come to me. Sam, do you think he poisoned my aunt?
Officially, she died from natural causes.
But you said she spoke about being poisoned. And Ralph, too.
What's that medicine you give him in Nook?
I don't know. It's a prescription, just some drops that come in a metal container.
Where do you keep those drops? Here
in my room. I have to hide them. They make Ralph feel so much better. He used to overdose when the doctor trusted him to dose himself.
Let me see that medicine.
It's just here in this cabinet. Here it is.
Don't tell me. It's empty.
There was a glass bottle inside the container.
Small but heavy. Lead yet. Hey, what are you doing with that gadget? The thing with the dials and the speedometer.
Oh, that's something medical. I have to make a test on Ralph every day to see how he's getting along.
Do you know what that actually is?
Yes, I do. It detects anemia.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, but a Geiger counter is generally used to detect something else.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
I'm going prospecting for that missing medicine.
Ah, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. I'm afraid I have bad news for you, Lenore.
Ralph?
My diagnosis was correct. Pernicious anemia.
Dead.
What is that you are carrying, Mr. Spade?
Oh, nothing special, Doctor. Just an old Geiger counter.
Lenore, did you let him take it?
He said he was going to use it to find Ralph's medicine.
What happened to Ralph's medicine?
I don't know. It's just gone.
Mr. Spade, that machinery is my property. I must ask you to hand it over.
No gun necessary, Doctor. Here, take it.
Take your gun, too, sir. Lenore, carry the machine this way. Walk ahead of us. First, we try the conservatory.
He was an amateur with a gun, but I didn't jump him for it because I'm an amateur with a Geiger. I did notice that the indicator on the dial got nervous the minute we walked into the conservatory. Ralph Raven's body was still in the wheelchair, no paler in death than in life. His sightless eyes were fixed on that obscene plant. The plant looked sick, too. It was drooping, and his red mouth was hanging open. As we walked past the wheelchair, the indicator on the dial of the Geiger counter moved forward and then slipped back again. Then it took a sudden big jump.
So that was his hiding place. The maw of that disgusting carnivorous plant. Well, it's not pleasant, but there's only one way to get it. Don't move, either one of you. My eye is on you. Yes. Yes, it's here.
At first, I thought the plant had bitten him. But then he pulled his hand out, and I saw what had happened. There was a hypodermic outfit stuck in the heel of his hand. It surprised him no end, but he still managed to hold on to that gun. He swung it away from me and was holding it on Lenora.
You knew.
No. No, I didn't.
You must have. Ralph knew. He must have told you.
No, I swear I didn't.
What do you think I did this for? To die and leave you behind? To enjoy the money I got for you? No, you will come with me.
Oh, no, you don't know what you're doing. There's someone right...
Shut up.
What are you looking at? What's behind me?
Don't bother rushing, Sam. I've got it.
Hold it, Bill.
Yeah. How's that for shooting, Sam?
Yeah. You find a bullet hole in him, Bill, and I'll call it good. And that, Deputy dear, is the crop. And it's all carnivorous. In case you're still wondering what dropped him when your shots missed, it was the poison in that hypodermic needle which Ralph had planted there for that very purpose and then baited the trap for the all-important missing medicine. Later on, I learned that what the doctor had been feeding him was the right medicine for what ailed him, an isotope of iodine. It seems it's radioactive like uranium, but if you take too much of it, you die. Not of poisoning, but of pernicious anemia, which is how the doctor planned for Ralph to die. It also magnetizes watches so they don't keep the right time. And if they're cheap ones, like mine, they may stop altogether. Period, and a report. Got all that, Buffy?
I got it, Sam, but I don't get it.
Buffy, people have studied all their lives to learn about atomic stuff like isotopes, and you expect me to teach you everything in one easy lesson.
Oh, no, Sam, I know about that. But who killed who?
Whom, dear? The doctor killed everyone, but Ralph loaded the needle.
Then they were accomplices?
No, Buff, get this. It's real shallow. Ralph knew there was no way in the world to prove that the doctor was killing him and hastening his aunt's demise, so he saw to it that she got a dose of detectable poison and did himself the same favor. Oh. Now, like a good girl, go type that up,
And now, listen to this. More and more millions agree every day. Wild Root Cream Oil has become America's favorite hair tonic because of the neat, natural way it grooms the hair. Because of the quick, easy way it relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. Get non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil with lanolin right away. And ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
I certainly hope that butler was brought to justice.
What for, his dialect?
Oh, for helping to deliver the threatening letters and then stealing off the occasional table.
A brilliant deduction. How did you deduce?
Sam, that's for kids. If Ralph was too ill to walk, then somebody had to push him upstairs in a wheelchair.
Now, wouldn't it have been easier just to carry him?
That's how he did it?
Or just go up himself?
That's how.
Possibly, and then again, we may never know. But do we care?
Yes. I hate loose ends, Sam.
Then keep it up.
Good night, Sam.
Spoken like a true Marine, so I'll say to you, good night, sweetheart.
The The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee and Pierre Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.